Ladies, gentlemen, I'm very, very, very happy welcoming you for our 10th anniversary. Roughly 16 years ago, the Florence Forum has been created in the other room, the Teatro. And you know that the Florence Forum is still the leading arena to debate the internal market and the surrounding arrangements we need in Europe. And a bit later, 10 years ago, the Florence School has been created at the European Institute as the Florence Forum. And the purpose of the Florence School was, let's be frank, to Europeanize regulatory knowledge. Because if there is something strongly national, it was regulation. Regulation was enacted by Parliament and implemented by states, but was not European at all in the energy sector. Of course, all the countries did build regulatory authorities. I guess that the later was, let's say, Germany. But again, they were national authorities. So the idea of Europeanizing the debate, the vocabulary, the thinking, the methodology, etc., are still strong. And it has been tackled by a bunch of regulators being there still today. Jorge Vasconcelos was at the head of CIR. Ignacio Pérez Arriaga was already doing training for young regulatory staff in Spain, and Pipo Ronchi was just coming out of his first and last term at the head of the Italian authority, l'Autorità, and they did decide to do something. They did locate it at the European Institute, because we are a European institution. There is many universities having European institutes, but quasi all of them are national only, while the European Institute is a European institution. We have our own small treaty signed among founding states, and we do not belong to Italy at all, except that the Italian state, at the time of its splendor, did decide to give us many buildings of this type. This said, that's enough. I have two traditional jokes, but today I will not joke. One is to hide there and to let the audience waiting for the speakers, and then I start the speech from there. Very easy with this type of microphone, but I won't do today. The other one is to remember that it's true that it was me there. I've been expelled from paradise, and it does explain why I am still here. This said, I am not the one to introduce the day. It is my president, Joe Weiler. Joe Weiler is a very well-known lawyer specialized in European law and reference for the European Court. And Joe Weiler is in Australia. Difficult to come from one day from Australia, but he will be with us thanks to internet and the modern communication techniques.
From where I sit as president of the European University Institute, the Florence School of Regulation in some way is a microcosm of what we should be doing, of who we are. It started 10 years ago on the 2nd of July 2004, and it adopted as its focus of activities areas which are central to the future of Europe and to European society: energy, media, climate control. And the way it does it is exemplary. It brings together scholars, regulators, policymakers, and other stakeholders, both from industry and civil society. And its activities are research, policy thinking, training. This, in many ways, is what we are about. It's in many ways what the Robert Schuman Center is about. And on its 10th anniversary, I would not only like to wish the Florence School of Regulation another 10 years of success, but to implore all of us to look at them as an example how all of us can improve what we're doing for Europe and for the EUI. Congratulations and many happy returns.
Now the day is organized in 4 sessions and 4 pillars. The 4 pillars are the 4 pillars of the Florence School. So the first one, Jorge, with the welcome speech from the Director General Ristori, European Commission. Next, Alberto Pototschnig being there, another pillar of the Florence School. Alberto is advisor since the beginning, so it's by accident that Alberto did locate in Ljubljana, but he's our advisor since 10 years. Then we did go to Glachant. Glachant is responsible for the law area, energy law area at Florence School, which is extremely, incredibly dynamic. They are now more dynamic than me, which is, and they have a better gender balance because both the leader and the assistant of the leader are feminine, while I am not or not yet. Then we will jump on the next session, which is in the afternoon, if I remember correct, led by Pippo Ranchi, being there, being the founder of the school and main advisor of the school. And then we will end by Ignacio Perez Arriaga. Ignacio is the director of training at Florence School, and he is currently implementing a revolution in training, but I cannot tell more. That's it for me. I will come back only at the end of the day to close it. And again, I'm very happy having Director General Ristori with us today. And we did see by a total singularity of life that both my wife and Director General Ristori are from the same exquisite Mediterranean island. Jorge. Monsieur Ristori.
I thought that Jean-Michel would be here with us, but since he left, it's my pleasure to introduce our guest speaker. Dominique Ristori is now, as you all know, the Director General for Energy, Mr. Energy in Europe. And he was also in 1998, when the first Forum meeting took place, the man in charge of organizing this meeting. And later on, when the Florence School of Regulation was created, or when the preparation started, he was again the key person in the European Commission to make this happen. So we are very happy that you could come from Washington via Brussels directly to Florence today. And we are very happy that you can tell us what was the view of the Commission 15 years ago, 20 years ago, when the liberalization started. And we can have later on, I guess, a good discussion. And this will be an excellent preparation for the debates we want to have during the day, not only about the past, but especially about the future, because that's the most interesting part for all of us, and indeed mainly for the researchers, the numbers of researchers working at the Florence School of Regulation. So that's with this purpose of looking into the future and anticipating what could come and what undoubtedly you will be doing professionally over the next years, that I would like to give the floor to you. Thank you very much, Dominique.
Thank you, Jorge. Ladies and gentlemen, I am also very pleased to join you at the occasion of the 10th anniversary of the Florence Regulation School. I remember very well when Loyola de Palacio 10 years ago launched for the first time the European School. And I remember very well a capacity to join vision and action, because you know, vision without action is a daydream, but action without vision is also a sort of nightmare. And it is not so common to see persons having the capacity to well combine the two. I would like, first of all, to express also my thanks to all those who contributed to this creation, in particular Professor Hanchi, but also you, Mr. Arriaga, and you, Jorge. You refer also to the forum, because first of all, we launched the forum, the Firenze Forum. At the time, you had only few regulators. This was just before the adoption of the first directive on electricity and gas, and as you know, things have changed a lot since the end of the 90s. Many things have changed positively. If we are considering the state of the market around 95, 96, and the situation of the European market today. We made a lot of progress regarding implementation of regulation, development of code, development of rules for cross-border exchange of electricity, for example. But we have still a lot to do in order to shift from the present situation to a situation in which the benefits of the European internal market will become more visible for all energy consumers. And I have in mind industrial consumers as well as domestic consumers. And in that regard, I would like to insist on 2 points. First of all, the internal market is present today at the heart of all key priorities. This is valid when we are speaking about energy security, when we are speaking about competitiveness, when we are speaking about sustainability. As you know, due to the tension between Russia and Ukraine, energy security is today at the top of political priorities. And the European Commission had to present a report just last week to the European Council in order to propose some immediate measures as well as medium-term and long-term measures. And this has been well received by our leaders. In particular, they endorsed immediately all the immediate measures, and we will ensure a link between the rest of the report, medium-term and long-term measures, and the 2030 energy and climate new legal framework. But at the heart of our reasoning, we have well underlined the key role of European energy market in order to contribute to more security, to more energy security in Europe. And this is particularly important and will remain crucial for the following months and years. This is the same when we are speaking about competitiveness. As you know, today, the relaunch of the economy, the creation of jobs, but also the level of competitiveness are really key priorities. And energy cost and energy prices are also a point of concern. We have made clear in our report on energy prices and cost the differences existing between wholesale prices and retail prices. Regarding wholesale prices, gas prices remain during the last 10 years relatively stable, and the electricity wholesale prices are probably the lowest we had since more than 10 years, and comparable with those in the United States. Accordingly, we will have, with member states, with the parliament, and I am very pleased also with the presence of Claude Tormes this morning here in Florence, we will have to revisit why there is today this situation in terms of retail prices. And in particular, the mix between budgetary policies and energy policies. Because as you know, retail prices are the addition of different components, not only energy component, but also taxes and levies. And this should be examined more in detail. The same is valid, I mean the importance of internal market, when we are examining the situation regarding sustainability. Because as you know, we should promote more low carbon economy and low emission energy sources. We made a lot of efforts and progress regarding renewables, but we had also to manage, since the beginning of the year, a shift to a more market-based approach for renewables, and the shift into the direction of more convergence between national support schemes. And we should prolong this effort in the context of an increased level of cooperation between member states, in particular at regional level. But anytime all the principles at the basis, at the origin of European internal market are present and will remain present in that context. Second part, we have still a lot of progress to make in order to finish the completion of the European internal market and to increase the level of competitiveness. And I see the need to focus on key priorities. First of all, regarding infrastructure, the present situation with some member states still not participating because not connecting to the European grid is unacceptable. This is the case with the Baltic countries, with Estonia, with Latvia, with Lithuania, and accordingly, we should accelerate all the efforts in order to build the missing link and to incorporate as soon as possible these countries in the European grid. We should also increase the capacity and the number of some key interconnection. This is valid in your region, Jorge. We are very clear. We should put to the end the isolation of the Iberic Peninsula. And we will develop and take all initiative in order to finish successfully. And this will require more attention for some regulators and more link between regulators, TSO, stimulated by the Commission, and with the support of the European Parliament and the European Council. And it is why, in the context of our report on energy security, we have put well in evidence all key projects having a direct effect on energy security, including the end of isolation for the Iberic Peninsula. And this, let me say, is valid when we are speaking on electricity. This is valid when we are speaking on gas. And it is why we have also proposed to build, to develop a new gas hub at the south of Europe. And this not only for southern countries or countries of region. But in order to ensure after that a bridge between the gas hub in the south and the gas hub in the north and in the east. This will increase at the end globally the level of energy security in Europe. Of course, it will be important also to use the opportunity today opened by new technologies. At a time, we have to build a new smart grid in order to better balance energy supply and energy demand, in order to better integrate renewable energy. We should also incorporate all aspects, including smart metering and smart home. And smart home, because you see, today technologies are mature to develop that and to produce that massively. And I am not speaking in terms of target for 2030. I'm speaking in terms of target for the following years. Of course, this will require the capacity also of our industry to produce that rapidly. And this will represent also a challenge for our research center in order to develop patents in that direction. Because when I am considering the number of patents dedicated to smart home, I see the US companies and the US research organization largely in advance, as well as with some Asiatic companies, and the European largely behind. This is not acceptable. This will require the intensification of effort between energy sector and research innovation program and actor, public as well as private. Because this will allow to go into the direction of putting for the first time in history the European energy consumer at the center of the scene. I mean, giving to him the real command of all its energy consumption, with important effect in terms of moderation of demand. And this will influence a lot the new energy panorama. And accordingly, the regulator, having amongst their main priorities, main tasks, the obligation to consider more some key aspects, as well as, in particular, programming and planning of investment. In that context, all these things, missing link for interconnection, but also all aspects of key investment in the interest of the final consumer have to be taken more into consideration. And saying that, I would like to say there is a need to go into a more targeted governance. Important for regulation. Targeted, I mean, taking into account more and better some key aspects. First of all, transparency. Without transparency, nothing is possible. Second, the quality in terms of functioning of a market. What you are doing, Alberto, in the context of REMIT. Extremely important. But third also, all aspects dedicated to new investment. At a time, there is a need to shift from the present situation to the new situation with new grid, new interconnection, new capacity to take into account the new visage, the new panorama of energy mix in Europe. This is extremely important. At a time, as you know, today, 2/3 of new investment for electricity generation are going or prepare with renewables energy. So there is a need to balance centralized system with decentralized system. And there is also a need to incorporate all key aspects. I mean, the aspect of security for the market, as well as the aspect of increasing more rapidly the level of cross-border exchanges, in particular for electricity. When I am considering the present level of cross-border exchanges, this is not corresponding to a well-functioning and dynamic European market. If we are still largely below 10% of cross-border exchanges in Europe, this is not, we cannot be proud of that. And again, this is due to insufficient level of interconnection and a lack of fluidity, flexibility regarding the market. We should concentrate on these key topics. And probably we should be less oriented to some other point. Of course, we have to continue some work on network code, for example. But my opinion is too detailed regulation are not good. We should avoid over-regulation and concentrate on key priorities. And this will open new route. It will open a capacity to take fully into account the new key priorities in Europe. And this will require the intensification of contact and cooperation in terms of governance between all key actors. Of course, the European institution, European Council, Council of Ministers, European Parliament, European Commission, but also between regulators and TSO. And also with the support of academies. This should be done, of course, using fully all your possibilities and capacities in the context of Florence Regulation School, but also building a new link and bridge with some others in Europe as well as in other continents. This is extremely important because, as you know, the world is an open world and we should base the progress of energy policy and energy sector on evidence-based policy. And for that, we need solid analysis. And nobody, no organization can progress in splendid isolation. In splendid isolation. Accordingly, intensification of contact in Europe, but also with some other partners in other continents, will be extremely important. And I will develop, and we will develop all effort in that direction, and we will support you in order to facilitate further development. These are my main messages for this introduction, and I would like again to express my best wishes also for the future of this school. Thank you very much.
For these messages about the future, which are extremely useful for everybody. For the researchers, you left here some nice challenges, and of course, important for the industry, who has to adapt to the changing regulatory environment and to the regulators who have to shape this regulatory framework. When I was listening to you, I was thinking about the past and seeing the parallels. And 10 years is a short time for the life of a person, the life of an institution, but it's long enough for the newcomers to forget about the beginning, the origins. And I thought that it might be useful to complement what you said by just giving you some background about you, I mean, especially the young people who are here today, or those who have joined the Florence School of Regulation recently, and who are not familiar with the reason why this was created, why we are in Florence, and what was the purpose. So in order to assess how somehow what has been achieved and what we have to do in the future and how this can be achieved in the future. Of course, I'm very glad to hear that you believe that there is an active role for the Florence School of Regulation in the context of international cooperation to promote this agenda of the European energy market and security of energy supply. And I'm sure that Jean-Michel and all his people will be glad to follow your suggestion and to open the doors to even more international cooperation and to work on the key points that you have mentioned, aligning the priorities of research and exchange of ideas here in the Florence School of Regulation with the political priorities of the European Union. So first of all, why are we in Florence? Very briefly, it's an example of a bottom-up approach to the problems. The first electricity directive was approved in 1996. And although the purpose of that directive was to create a single electricity market, if you read the text of that directive, there is nothing there about cross-border trade. Nothing, zero. The same way, if you read the directive, the word regulation does not appear. So Jean-Michel was saying a few minutes ago that regulation was a national issue. Regulation was a totally national issue. A few countries had introduced independent regulators. When the first directive was approved, it was England and Wales, Spain, Portugal and Italy. And then the Nordics had some departments of the ministries acting as regulators, but they were not at that time independent regulators. So it was really a non-issue at the European level. And when the gas directive was then also approved in 1998, the European Commission realized that with those directives, it was impossible to make cross-border trade happen. And what to do? Well, one bureaucratic approach might have been to say, well, let's go for a new directive, for a second directive immediately. But fortunately, the Commission at that time, when Dominique was leading the energy policy unit and the Director General was Mr. Pablo Benavides, decided to try a different approach, a more informal, bottom-up approach. And the idea was to have an informal meeting with existing regulators at that time, with some industry representatives, the European Parliament, the European Commission, and having this meeting in a place different from the Commission premises in Brussels, in order to allow people to feel more free and to speak freely. Because the idea was to organize a kind of brainstorming to see how we could promote cross-border electricity trade in the first place within the existing legal framework without changing the framework, exploring the possibilities and the freedom given by this 96 directive. And that's how we came to Florence. I think that Dominique and Pablo were very instrumental in having the meeting here. And I believe that the fact that the former Director General for Competition, Mr. Klaus Hellermann, resigned from the Commission and came here to Florence to be a professor of competition law was also very influential. And he was, in fact, co-chairing together with you the first meetings of the Electricity Regulatory Forum here in Florence. So that's why we started working with the electricity people, the energy people started working in Florence. We had this first meeting here in early 1998, I think it was February 1998. And at the end of this first meeting, a group of people, including our Greek colleagues and others, Ignacio and two or more people, we decided to make a small coup d'etat and to propose that these meetings should take place always here in the same place in Florence. And this was approved. I think it was the first decision taken by the Florence Forum to have all the meetings here. And that's why the name is also the Florence Forum. And I think that that was important because this created some stability and continuity outside of the institutional arrangements that we have in Brussels with all the committees and organized ways of producing legislation and regulation. So this informal approach was extremely useful, and I think that whenever we are in a situation of transition, whenever we are leaving an old paradigm and we need to enter into a different phase, this kind of informal brainstorming is extremely useful. Then there was another moment where I thought that it might be useful to move from the Florence Forum to something different. And I noticed then by the year 2000 we had created the Council of European Energy Regulators. So we had many meetings. And I sensed a certain need for research and for training for the staff of the regulators. I can tell you a story. I thought that tariff setting was the most important topic for regulators, for energy regulators. And I proposed to organize a working group and a meeting on tariff setting. And thanks to people, we had one meeting in Rome, attended by only a few regulators. Because the argument was, we don't need that. We all know how to set tariffs. And because I had been studying tariffs in many countries, I was very disappointed. I said, well, but they could improve the tariff systems. Why don't exchange information? Why don't exchange experiences and talking very openly about the pros and cons of different tariff setting strategies? So there was this reluctance to discuss the topics at the level of the commissioners and regulators, and I thought it might be useful to have a place where the staff of the regulators could meet and freely exchange experiences and doubts and knowledge about tariff setting. And so I started thinking about how we could organize this. And then in the year 2001, the Commission published a document on governance. It was under Romano Prodi's leadership that this document was published. And I suggested to the regulators that we have a meeting dedicated to the topic of governance, applied, of course, to the energy sector. And there was a big surprise, because at that time nobody knew the word, even what governance was. And most of the regulators thought that it was, well, a waste of time, because we should concentrate on the technical tasks and should not waste time discussing this kind of more political or philosophical things. Although it was indeed very important, but there was a difficulty of knowing the language of other fields than the specific fields of economic regulation. So for me, it was clear that we needed, again, a place where we could put energy regulation in the broader context, and we could develop some more sophisticated concepts important for efficient and good regulation. And from several trips to the US, I was inspired by many organizations in the US, combining industry, sponsors, academics, promoting the advance of liberalization of energy markets. And I thought basically to adapt it to Europe. And I started drafting some papers and exchanging some ideas with a few friends of mine. And then finally I had a concept that I thought might fit. And the four major features of this concept were, first, that it should be financed by the sponsors, by the industry. There should be an interest for the industry to promote better regulation. And if the industry was not interested on better regulation, then we should not have better regulation. We should have bad regulation. That's what they should deserve. I think that the message was clearly understood, and that's why we have so many sponsors, and I would like to thank all the sponsors of the Florence School for their continuous support, and of course for their intelligence and cleverness in supporting this initiative. We had the highest possible academic standards in terms of transparency, of credibility, of quality of the work produced, and also a high level of networking. The idea was not to compete with the existing centers of excellence in different countries, but to organize cooperation among these existing centers of excellence in the different universities in different member states. So second feature was this networking of academic excellence. The third idea was to have here in the Florence School a platform not only for research, but also for training and for exchange of ideas among legislators, EU legislators, industry, managers, regulators, and following the American approach, as I said. And finally, the idea was not to restrict ourselves to energy, to start with energy regulation, but keeping in mind that there are other fields in Europe, like telecommunications, transport, and others, network industries mainly, where regulatory issues are very similar to the ones we face in the energy sector, not as regards the technical details, of course, but as regards the institutional setup, for instance. So this was the concept, this was the basic idea for the Florence School of Regulation, but then it's not enough to have good ideas, you need to have good people to enable these ideas and to implement these ideas. Well, first, it was necessary to check whether we could find enough support for the idea. Among the regulators, I must say that my colleagues at that time, I was chairing the Council of European Energy Regulators, they were not exactly enthusiastic about the idea of creating another body, but they were kind enough to tolerate my pet project. And I am very thankful to all of them for that. And I know that some of them really didn't like the idea, and they told me that. Then we needed to engage the European Commission. And at that time, the president of the Commission was Mr. Prodi. It happens that I knew him personally for some time, so I could check his support, and he was indeed supportive of the idea. And then we came to the vice president, Mrs. Loyola de Palacio, who was in charge of energy and transportation, besides being the vice president. And she really liked the idea and engaged strongly in promoting this project. And she immediately promised full support to the concept. And being very direct as she was, she told me, well, tell me what I have to do. And I told her, well, thank you very much. I think you should write a letter to the industry explaining this concept and asking for support. And in the meantime, we should talk to the European University Institute. So the next step was to talk to the president of the European University Institute at that time. It was Professor Yves Meny. Some of you may have known him. And he really liked the idea. He is a political scientist, very open to innovation. So he liked the idea, and he decided to give us a chance to try it. And he delegated the task from the Institute's point of view to the director of the Robert Schuman Center at that time, Professor Helen Wallace, who was not an energy expert and looked at us as a kind of strange people who maybe liked the idea of coming to Florence twice or 3 times a year to have a nice dinner. But she also gave us the benefit of the doubt, and she was extremely efficient, and I think we are all very thankful to Helen Wallace for the very professional way she supported this idea, even not fully realizing what the impact could be. Well, then we needed, once the support was granted, it was necessary to find the right person to launch the project, to implement the project. And fortunately, the candidate was there. And it was obvious that there was only one person in Europe that could lead that project. And that person was a professor of economics, living in Italy, not too far from Florence, well respected in the regulatory world, one of the best regulators, and approaching the end of his term, and he could not be reappointed. So it was the perfect situation. And it was very easy after a very good dinner and with some very good friends to convince Pippo Hanchi that he should take the lead and accept the challenge of being the director of the Florence School of Regulation. And so I think he was so surprised that he could not say no. So that was the trick. And then people came to Florence and talked to Helen Wallace, and we started organizing things with the help of Francesca, who is sitting there. And the two were sharing a very small office somewhere in one of the villas, and that's how it started. Well, I think it's also necessary to say that 2 other people were extremely important for the functioning of the Florence School. One is Ignacio. Ignacio had launched some months before the training courses for regulators on a pure academic private basis. And I think you had already organized 2 or 3 training courses. And then when the Florence School was created, Ignacio agreed to bring his experience, the training courses, into the Florence School. And we are very thankful to Ignacio for having trained hundreds of people over these 10 years, working for regulators, for regulated companies, public administrations. And no doubt this has clearly improved the standards of regulation. I don't know whether you consider that current regulation is good, but I can tell you without Ignacio and all the training, it would be much worse. And also we had a seminar here in Florence on energy law. That seminar was managed by Professor Cameron, who was working here in Florence at that time. I think he was not very happy with the idea of coming into the Florence School of Regulation, but I think that Helen Wallace convinced him somehow. I don't know how to do that. And when he left, J.H.H took over the leadership of these EU energy law seminars that are also a very important part of the activity of the Florence School. And so basically that's how it started. And then in 2007, as some of you may know, a group of people decided to launch the Loyola de Palacio program, the Loyola de Palacio chair here at the European University Institute. And then it was agreed between the executive committee of the Florence School of Regulation and the European University Institute to facilitate the joint management of the 2 things, the chair, the Loyola Palacio chair, and the Florence School of Regulation. And again, the personal issue was crucial. We needed to find the right person to do that, to do many things in parallel, and to have the energy and the creativity to do that and to combine all these things without creating chaos, and on the contrary, exploring the synergies between the two words. And again, we were very fortunate when people decided to leave because he thought he deserved retirement. We found Jean-Michel Glachant, who took over from people and started the second phase of the Florence School, combining it with the Loyola Palacio chair. So that's basically what happened. That's the origin and the evolution in a nutshell of the Florence School. And the reason I was telling you this is that first, I think it's important sometimes to look into the past to understand why we are where we are first, and secondly, to understand the DNA of this body, of this institution, and analyzing it, trying to understand how it could evolve, what the evolution could be, and you have clearly described what are the challenges we are facing now, and the question is how we can use the existing infrastructure here in Florence to help you, to help the European Commission, to help the European institutions to promote that agenda. And perhaps this is a topic that we can launch the discussion and ask some people whether they want to comment on the challenges you have described and on the way we could, all of us in this room, contribute to fulfill the expectations. So I don't know who wants to start. Walter, you want to say something? No? I must say that Walter was one of the regulators supporting this idea from the very beginning, and I think that his presence here today reveals many things, and it also reveals that those who do not shy exchanging information and exposing themselves to the peer review usually are those who have the best regulation. And on the contrary, those who shy the peer review don't rank very well.
I can say just a word regarding the Florence School itself, because regarding the Florence School itself and the internationalization of energy policy, energy regulation, we did start doing it strongly. Ignacio is in charge of the course of energy regulation at MIT, so he has been a leader in the internationalization of the thinking. So we now have regular links with MIT. One of the former MIT students is in the room. I'm now, how do we call it? Part-time researcher at MIT, if you want. Denis Ellerman, who was the boss of the Center for Energy and Climate Change at MIT, has been in charge of climate change at the Loyola Palacio chair for 3 years. And then we did start to spread. We did train the team of the gas regulator in Brazil. We did train the team of the electricity regulator in Algeria. We are going, Valérie is there. Valérie told me yesterday, Jean-Michel, that's good. We are going to train the team of the Russian regulator for electricity. It's a scoop, but I'm sorry for Matthias. Matthias has to reveal the scoop at the end of the day. Maybe you won't be there. We should launch an African School of Regulation in November. And I guess it will be something big. And we might also open a summer school in Brazil next year. That's for internationalization. Regarding research, in this very moment, we are working on the project of common interests and the way we can find methodologies to implement them, to compare them, and a word I use very frequently, to Europeanize the way we treat the project of common interest, as to avoid to have too many different approaches of the same thing, which is common interest, which is the European interest. And we are also looking at capacity mechanism and crisis management, because we think that we should Europeanize the way power crises are managed in Europe, and maybe not exactly the same way like in the gas sector, but at least we should combine market mechanisms, coordination, and solidarity in the management of power crisis. And to end, we are starting to look at governance, and particularly governance for new challenges. And we have a policy advisory council every 6 months, and every 6 months we discuss the proposal we have to make. That's from Florence School, and the last scoop today is that we are launching an online school. So everything we do, we have already 100 videos about energy policy and energy regulation available, plus about 500 written documents, either research reports, article, or policy brief, very short document. And we are combining them in an open, accessible way. So on any computer, iPad, smartphone, you will be able to enter into the school and to find every piece of knowledge we have corresponding at your expectation. And this will work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and for the entire world. And I will even try to open or sell the idea to China in September.
Thank you. May I add my thanks to Jorge for this illuminating summary, telling us many facts, and then conveying to us one basic fact, that there was a mind behind all this, who is Jorge. So he confessed. This institution was built according to this talk, and so there is one fact that is very important. There was a mind behind, but there was an important teamwork. Jorge had the ability to convey and put together the experience provided by many people. Many are here, Walter, Jacques, people who are active in regulation, people connected with academic thought, and the connection between the world of regulation, the people I mentioned and others, and the world of academy, François Lévesque, people who were mainly on one side, people who were mainly on the other side, and people who could connect the two. So this has been important. Another aspect that Jorge has not mentioned, but he was behind another institution building, which was the CER, the Council of European Energy Regulators. And that was important in reinforcing this network of exchanges. And the other, my last comment, this is an experience, an experiment in doing things before and setting up the institutions after. Before the Florence School, there was Ignacio's experience in training course. So first the training course, and then the institution running the training. First, the network of regulators who talked to each other, and then the CER. And then, when the idea has gone through into the political world, ACER. And again, Alberto. Alberto is directing ACER today. But when we organized the first meeting on tariff setting, he was there and he was doing tariffs. So first do the things. and when we started discussing why the first directive was not enough, we met here was it the second Florence Forum, discussing the idea of inter-TSO compensation, how to allocate costs among the different TSOs when you had increasing number of contracts cross-border. And Alberto worked out hypothesis of how to calculate it. And we discussed it. And of course, Ignacio had the experience of this. Am I wrong? In Latin America? And so no, I just want to stress this communitarian aspect. Institutions come out of people working, and this is an example, and this is what Jean-Michel is increasing and feeding in the growth of the institutions. So, thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Pippo. And I think this combines perfectly with what Dominique said before, that we should not dig too deep into technical details within the existing framework, assuming that this framework is there for eternity. There are some moments where technologies, political challenges, demography, whatever, require a big change. And that these moments, what we need is to experiment, is to test new ideas, is to have the creativity of thinking about the future out of the box. And I think that the speech Dominique gave us here today is exactly a request for proposals in this direction, and I think that makes the near future for the Florence School and for others involved in this process extremely exciting. So if you have the support of the decision makers in Brussels, then you know that your new ideas have a chance of becoming reality. Not all of them, but some of them. There will be competition, there will be some kind of contests, but you can be sure that if the political support is there, whenever the political support is there, if you come up with good ideas, they have a high probability of becoming reality. Then what you need is hard work, but this is something you are all used to, so that's not a problem.
Yes, Jorge, and effectively, things are changing a lot. Things are changing regarding energy supply. Things are changing regarding energy demand. Energy mix is changing. And accordingly, it's a good time to build based on the results already achieved. But it is important to go beyond. And to go beyond, having also the capacity to look what is happening with our competitors or partners. When we are speaking about cooperation with others, this will give the opportunity to see how, for example, in the States, in Canada, different parts of the world, things are managing. And I am impressed also when I see our American colleagues in situation to well adapt the things based on a pragmatic approach, taking into account all aspects. And today, we should go largely beyond what has been done and well done in the past. I mean, it was crucial at the beginning to speak about tariff. And control of tariff is among the key priorities and the core task of regulators. It was important to ensure non-discriminatory access to the grid. And things are well in place, I can say. Now, today, with regulators present at the heart of the process. But there is a need to tackle some of the challenges, including our relation with other countries. And first of all, the first range of countries, I mean those already implementing the same model. I mean those in the context of energy community, including Ukraine. We will have an important ministerial conference in Kiev in September, and this will be another occasion to well promote our approach, the European approach. We should be the same with some Mediterranean countries. I have in mind all the Maghreb countries adopting the same approach, the same model. But we should also be more present at the heart of the international process and international world. In particular, I mentioned the United States, and I see the need to establish more regular contact between Firenze process, I can say, Firenze Forum and your Florence Regulation School, with some counterpart in US. This is the case with MIT. It is not sufficient. We should also establish link with Stanford University, with Georgetown, with Columbia University, where things are in full development, using a lot what is new in the United States today. You see, there is the boom of shale gas, but this has been possible not only because of existing resources, because the governance in place is the adequate one, with a capacity to regulate the things at all levels, not only federal level, but also state level, in contact with all regulators, the district, etc. There is a lot of lessons to learn in the context of international cooperation. And Europe is not an energy island. We should be more present at the heart of international development. And at the time, energy demand is progressing rapidly due to the effect of urbanization, demography, but also development of middle class in the most important emerging economies, in China, in India, in Brazil, etc. But also at the time, supply changing a lot, with a boom of unconventional gas and oil, in particular in the States, affecting international energy market. It is a time to reflect on what is necessary to do in terms of regulation. Because we cannot only speak about liberalization and deregulation. We should promote and give more visibility to regulation. And there is a need to facilitate an evolution taking fully into account development of technologies, rapid development of technologies, and rapid development of culture, I mean, regarding demand side and energy consumers. It is time, probably, for this will be the first time we will have opportunity to do that, to manage a sort of energy revolution based on the model we had in telecom, with a fantastic development of iPhone, iPad, etc. And the massive production and the massive distribution of smart home will change completely the energy panorama. And again, regulation has a fantastic and important role to do in order to manage things adequately. And this will require a lot of contact. You can imagine. We cannot manage this type of things in isolation. And regulation has to be close to industry, has to be close to research, has to be close, of course, to politics. This is a challenge for tomorrow, but I see all the results achieved in the past as a good argument in order to go directly in that direction.
Thank you very much, Dominique. About what you mentioned, demand management, I'm very happy that you mentioned that, because first of all, this gives me the opportunity to thank Claude Turmes, who I cannot see from here, but I know that he is in the room, who, as you know, was the rapporteur in the European Parliament for many important directives. And one of those important directives was on energy efficiency, and he succeeded in bringing into that directive demand management and making demand management a reality in the European landscape. If you saw the Time magazine this week, the cover of the Time magazine is the smart home, smarter home. It already exists. And if you read that article, as I did, with interest, you see that the examples they give of the United States are companies with 10,000 sales of 10,000 units or less. And we have in Europe companies who have sold much more than that, but they are not known. So I think there is a need here first to create, as you said, the appropriate regulatory framework for these new technologies to be deployed for the benefit of consumers. This goes beyond liberalization, this goes beyond the price. This goes into the direction of promoting energy efficiency and providing more comfort to the energy consumers. So that's one perhaps of the topics that we can leave here for future research and joint work for the ACER, for the regulators, for the Florence School of Regulation. I'd like to thank you very much, Dominique, again for coming to Florence again, this time for this small celebration party, thinking mainly about the future. That's what we are going to do during the next sessions after the coffee break. And thank you very much to all of you for coming to Florence and for supporting the Florence School. Thank you.
And the first session is about where we are in completing the internal energy market, 6 months to the date. And so I would like to take this opportunity to explore with my fellow panelists their views and their perspective of where this process has got to. I got Monika Steinerova from BEUC, the European Federation of Consumers Associations, so the views of the residential customers mainly, I would say. Peter Klaas from IFIC, or representing IFIC. That's the view of the other end of the consumer spectrum, the large energy-intensive consumers who are also supposed to benefit. Actually, the whole process of creating an internal market, liberalizing the sector, has as an aim to provide benefits to consumers. We're not doing this clearly for regulators themselves, when, or even for the companies. I mean, the drive towards efficiency and liberalization and competition is for the benefit of consumers. Simone Mori, Vice President of Enel, in charge of regulatory affairs, environment and innovation. Yeah. From Enel, so looking at sort of the companies, the energy companies' perspective. And then Jean-Arnaud Vinois, former director in DG Energy, providing the perspective of the Commission, who was driving this process all along. I've been an advisor with the school since the very beginning, and so before we get into this, I would like to thank both Pippo and Jean-Michel for their vision in leading the process. It has been great to work with them, and also all the other colleagues here in the school, Francesca, Annika, and everybody else. I mean, these events do not happen, by themselves. They happen because there is a lot of work behind, except for the frescoes. Everything else is actually organized by colleagues here. Director General Ristori was saying, vision without action, action without vision, vision and action, but then you need things happen on the ground. And there are a lot of people behind the scene, and not so behind, because actually you see them around, working so that we can be here today and in other opportunities, other events of the schools, and discuss. So, thanks to all of them. So let's, where we start, and I apologize if this slide is the only slide. I'm not going to do a presentation, but I thought of leaving it up there for a while. And I poached it from the director of ACER, so please, if you see him, don't tell him that I'm using his slides. So apologies for having the ACER logo. I like these slides for two reasons. First, because there is a lot of green. And green is basically the integration. This is the day-ahead electricity market, and that's where we are in terms of integration. This has been one of the main projects of trying to integrate the energy market in Europe. And this slide has a lot of green. And the green is those jurisdictions which at the moment are part of this single energy market, in the sense that there is a single pricing algorithm defining the prices and the flows between all the green areas. And it goes from the Strait of Gibraltar to the Barents Sea, which I think is quite remarkable. So now there is still some yellow, and so I think the challenge is to try to turn the yellow into green as soon as possible. The other thing, the other reason, so a lot of green color, good. The other reason why I like this slide is that most of it has been achieved voluntarily. I mean, the network codes on capacity allocation, congestion management, they're still to be adopted. So this has all been done. This is all good work that has been done by the cooperation, including through the Florence Forum, of regulators, member states, commission, stakeholders, all those involved. And I think this is, it's great merit to all those involved. And I think, I want to think that the Florence Forum and the Florence School of Regulations, for their part, have played a role. So I'll keep it up there, not all the projects as part of the integration of the energy market has been so successful or has been so smooth. I mean, actually, this was not smooth, but at least, there is a lot of green there. If you look at intraday we're nowhere near. In gas, we have the Prisma platform, which is making advances. And then the other aspect, which I think is relevant, and then I shut up, is relevant for our panel today, is that most of the advances have been achieved at the wholesale level. And I think we still have to see the benefits that these advances may create, filtering down to at least the small consumers. And I think there is a lot to be said there. So, without further ado, I would actually naturally start with Jean Arnaud. He was there, he has been there for some time now, he's happily retired, but he's part of Memory Lane. Today there is a bit of Memory Lane, at least in this first session. So, what was the Commission's vision, and how do you think that reality has matched this vision?
Well, thank you very much first for the invitation from the Florence School of Regulation to be here with you and to celebrate this birthday. I will take an helicopter view, and I remade my speech 3 times, so now I think I've come to the perfect story to tell you. 10 years, and what happened during these 10 years. So I will start with the first year. Of course, there was the creation of the Florence School of Regulation, but I think that if you look at the internal market and what is there on the screen, the most important event happened in 2004 because the size of the market has changed. We have had the largest enlargement of the European Union since the creation of the European Union. So we went from 15 countries to 25 countries, and in 2007 we had 2 additional countries, Romania, Bulgaria, and Croatia last year. So the size of the market has grown from 15 to 28 countries. This is a major change in the market. So we don't speak about it, but from inside the Commission, I may tell you, it was the biggest challenge, because you have to bring all these countries to the level of the others. And this is a task. And automatically with this enlargement, we had new neighbors. And our new neighbors are those you know. Russia, an easy neighbor. Ukraine, another easy neighbor. Turkey, another easy neighbor. And the West Balkans. So we have done a fantastic thing in 2006, which is the Energy Community Treaty. I think something which is usually not very well known, but the Energy Community Treaty had for ambition to try to extend the internal market to the neighbors, because we were thinking that it would create more stability in our relations with these countries, and it would enhance security of transit and supply and so on. So Energy Community Treaty is something which exists since 2006 and which is mirroring really what is happening inside the internal market of the 28. So it is a very important aspect. A fourth event, which happened in 2007, is the linking of energy with climate. So we had in 2007 a major direction given to energy, because energy and climate were put together. And in fact, it was the task of the European Council, because the Commission knew that it would be very difficult to agree on a number of issues, and the Commission submitted in January 2007 a major paper, the Strategic Energy Review, with 10 additional papers on all kinds of issues. And it led in March 2007 to the conclusions of the European Council, an energy policy for Europe. Not a common energy policy, but an energy policy for Europe. And there you find the very criticized today 2020-20 policies by 2020. And you have found also the ETS, the Renewable Directive, and the third package on internal market, of course, with the famous unbundling and all these things. So that was 2007, and I think that since climate and energy are linked, we are indeed in a very complex debate, and which is going well beyond energy, and which is feeding still today, or discussions about the framework 2030. A fifth event I would like to highlight in these 10 years is the emergence of new players. Well, the European Council was clearly the new player in 2007 and is playing since then a major role in the definition of the energy and climate policy. As you see, every 3 months or 6 months, the European Council, that is the heads of state and government, are discussing energy issues. And this is new. So it's a new player in the game, and this is very important because it gives the importance, it gives an idea of the importance of energy. Then we have had, of course, major new players, the regulators, NRAs, the national regulatory authorities, getting together in Acer. That is, at the end of 2008, the adoption of the third package, the creation of the Agency for Cooperation of Energy Regulator. Very, very important step. At the same time, also, we have seen the ENTSO-E and ENTSO-G, so the European Network of Transmission System Operators for Electricity and Gas. And together, TSOs and NRAs were working to develop the framework guidelines by Acer, and then the network codes by the TSOs. And I think this is the co-regulation, which is quite exceptional in the European setting, and it is working. We may say it is working. I've seen, of course, very well tears sometimes with these players and coming to see the Commission saying, well, we have a problem, we think these regulators, they are exaggerating, they are asking us impossible things, and we have to make discussions inside our organization which are impossible and so on, but at the end it is working. And it is, I think, a major, major tool to achieve what is now there on the screen. But I think beyond the TSOs and the regulators, we have the emergence of a new player who is, in my view, the most important, is the consumer. And because, of course, that's the result of the directives which are saying the consumer will have the choice of his supplier. So, of course, it's normal that suddenly the consumer is becoming central in the whole process. And even more difficult, we have a consumer who is becoming a producer of electricity with all these solar panels on the roof and so on. So we have the prosumers. This is a new type of player in the game. So, and I should speak about the DSOs, but I have always some difficulties with the distributor system operators because they are not that well organized at the European level. Still with 3-4 organizations, and they don't know which direction to take. And so that's for the future when we are talking about retail market, and I think that's it's important. What is also important is that all these players have started to work at the regional level and at the European level. And so we see really a huge activity of all these players to try to define together what they want for the future. Then we have a sixth event, which was, I think, very important also, and that's a Mr. Putin event. In 2009, we had the gas crisis of January 2009, where we discovered the major role of security of supply, and we had then this regulation on security of supply, applying for the first time the Article 194 of the Treaty of Lisbon, and the solidarity principle, which is a new principle, which is there in the energy chapter. Nobody knows exactly what it means, but at least in the regulation on security of gas supply, you will find some expression of the solidarity. There is not a vision, it must be an action. And I think that putting the solidarity in action is not easy and will require probably big efforts of all the players to see how this can be done. And we had yesterday an interesting discussion about creating a kind of framework for security of electricity supply, which is missing today. and where you could frame, for instance, capacity market mechanisms, reserve market, and things like that. So this is still work to be done. Then we may say, of course, and that's also a byproduct, I would say, of the crisis of 2009, that we have seen that the internal market is the best guarantee of security of supply. So if you have gas flows all over Europe, once gas is crossing the European Union border, it is a European gas which has a vocation to go in all directions. This was very important. And it changed particularly the ability of the European Union to negotiate with external suppliers, and particularly Russia. So the external dimension of the internal market is absolutely essential. And you will not have a single voice of the European Union without having an internal market which is functioning. Because the well-functioning internal market means indeed a kind of fully common approach towards your external suppliers. And since then we have seen the intergovernmental agreements, transparency, where there's a decision of the Council to have transparency on what is being done by individual member states with third countries. And we have even seen mandates from the Council to the Commission to negotiate, for instance, the Trans-Caspian pipeline or the Baltic electricity market situation with Russia. And recently, Azerbaijan, who is taking over DEFSA in Greece, to see what kind of level of security of supply Azerbaijan would offer to the EU. So this is new, and this is an existence of the European Union vis-à-vis third countries. And I think vis-à-vis Mr. Putin is very important. I may tell you the first reaction of Russia when there had been an agreement of the 27 member states on the Trans-Caspian mandate for the Commission to negotiate between Azerbaijan and Turkmenistan a Trans-Caspian pipeline which would bring Turkmen gas to Europe, which is still open, was really a very violent reaction. Because Russia, for the first time, realized that indeed the European Union was existing as such. And when you see all what has been done about South Stream since then, you realize that there's still a big debate because all member states have done bilateral agreements with Russia. But the last proposal made by the Commission in December was to say, okay, Russia, wouldn't it be better to have a European Union-Russia treaty dealing with South Stream instead of a patchwork of bilateral agreements which are all more or less non-compliant with the internal market rules. So then we have seen also transnational players appearing, and I think that's also very important. So the fact that we have no transnational TSOs like Tenet of Netherlands active in Germany, or Elia of Belgium active in Germany, and Fluxys, who is also Belgian and working in several countries, I think is also a direction we are taking, transnational TSOs, but also the utilities, of course, they all became no more European players. They are still defending hardly their national turf, but they like to go outside, so we are there with something, with creation of maybe European champions, I don't know, but sometimes some are calling for European champions to be there. And then we have seen also another phenomenon, which is more recent, foreign investors in the energy market. So the first case was China buying part of the Portuguese TSO. We have seen Russian investors quite active in oil and gas and the electricity sector in the last years. And we have, of course, all these funds who are also investing heavily in infrastructure in the field of energy. Not least, of course, also Azerbaijan buying the Greek TSO in gas. So finally, and that would be my 10th point, we have now an infrastructure policy also to support the creation of the internal market because, of course, without interconnections, without storage facilities which are open to all the member states and so on, we are not able to create a physical market which is working. So we have had the first test with the European Energy Program for Recovery with 4 billion allocated to energy. We have financed a number of interconnectors like France, Spain, and Sweden, Lithuania, and so on, to end energy islands, for instance. But that's an objective by 2015. And now we have the Connecting Europe facility, which is accompanying the new regulation on Trans-European Network regulation of 2013, with the project of common interest, which are now defined as really project of common interest. That's also a big difference with the 2006 situation, where we are the compilation of national projects. Since then, we have the 10-year network development plan. The 10-year network development plan is the basket from which the project of common interest are selected. And we will see, of course, how things are working with cross-border allocation of cost and all these things. But this is 10 years of history of the internal market. And I think that if you look at all these events I've mentioned, it's a huge change. It is a huge change. There is still a lot to be done, but I think we may then celebrate the 10th birthday of the Florence School of Regulation by saying, for the next 10 years, there is still some work to be done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jean-Michel. And for the next session, the challenge to come up with an extra 10 points for the next 10 years, right?
If you wish, yeah.
Simone, how has life changed for companies? How do you assess the progress so far? What do you see as what we've achieved?
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alberto, and thank you very much, Jean-Michel, for your invitation. Well, after 10 years, we tend to be very proud to have provided some contribution, not in kinds, actually, but in discussion and debates and ideas, I hope, to the glorious history of the school. Well, what has changed? What has changed for the companies, and actually what will change in the future? Because we have to look to the two sides of the coin. Well, I think that the companies, I mean, I'm speaking on behalf of Enel, but I think that this view is largely shared among European utilities. Companies are very happy with the idea that works are proceeding in this great way that you described it in your slide. We need an European market. We need an European market, especially today, under the phase of crisis and transition that European energy system is living now. Because a larger market is more competitive, but also because a larger market is more complementary. I mean, just to give an example, there is a huge need of flexibility around Europe. There is a huge availability of flexibility around Europe, but the need and availability are not always inside the same market zone. That's the reason why we hope that the integration will proceed. The integration will proceed according to the targets, but also that some of the steps may be anticipated. For example, when we look at the scheduling for the balancing market integration, we believe that we may be more ambitious on that. The problem is probably beyond the picture that you presented, is what we are integrating. And we started this process in a very different conditions. I mean, the idea of market integrations was basically relying on finding a way to create a common market by sound and common regulation for interconnection capacity allocation, having a common prices as much as possible, and improving the infrastructures. If you look at what is happening today, in reality is that also, even in the most integrated markets, there are more and more cases of price divergence. When we look at the highly integrated market, for example, we operate in Slovakia, and for us, more and more, market infrastructural integration means a huge difficulties in managing the loop flows of wind energy coming from Germany. And so, by the end of the day, I think that the basic problem is what is the meaning of the price that markets, integrated markets, are providing today. And this is a big point, I think. But let me talk for a while. This is a graph coming from the investment outlook of the International Energy Agency. And if you look at the right side of this slide, this is the change, the change in generation, technologies, the historical change in the last years, and the future forecast. You may describe this slide according to two different tastes. The optimistic would say, well, we invested a lot starting from year 2000. Let me say, since the beginning of liberalization, we invested a lot. We invested a lot on new conventional capacity. We invested a lot on new renewable capacity. Then we are going to phase out the old conventional generation and increasing the environmental compatibility of European fleet. This is the optimistic view. The pessimistic view says a different story. Says that we started with a kind of markets around Europe whose structure is at the basis of the model that we have in mind now, the model that we have integrated now. Basically, energy-only market, largely based on spot prices on short-term forward market, I would say 1 year, maximum 2 years contracts. This promoted a huge amount of, a massive wave of investment on conventional capacity. A huge investment on conventional capacity. Then, on this trend, the 2020 model was overlapped with several domestic translations, and then we had a boom of renewables, which will proceed during the next years. The result of that has been the creation of a huge amount of stranded assets. This is I picked up from Ronnie Bellman's a chart that I think is pretty evocative of what is happening today. I don't want, I mean, please, I don't want to present the quite, I would say, old-style approach of generators that, just we need help because of all the catastrophe disaster that will happen. Because this is wrong. I mean, this is reality. This happened. And at the end of the day, that's pretty good. I mean, we are going to get the targets in renewables. Probably we will overspend in some countries, but that's life. When we start a new process, getting the allocative efficiencies, it's very tough. The problem is more on the fundamentals of the market. It's going back to the first question. What is the very nature of the market that we are trying to integrate? And probably we need a deeper analysis of what we want to, where we want to go in the next future in terms of macro framework. I think that the starting point today is very good. This is not for flattening the director, Mr. Ristori, but I think that the work that the Commission has done during the last month is a good work. I mean, I think the overall package, the 2030 package, the state aid guidelines, is a good start. It's a good start for several reasons. It's a good start because I believe that there is a common view from the operators that many of the solutions and the pillars of these documents are shared. I mean, we want to start from the market. We want to safeguard the market. And we believe that the long-term and mid-term vision of a renewable development may be compatible with the market, has to be compatible with the market. We believe that we need a long-term strategy because there is a huge problem of investability in this sector in Europe. We believe that we may look at new tools, capacity mechanism were just mentioned. We may look at new tools without being ideological. The importance is to safeguard the idea that the market has to be the base and that these tools eventually must be defined by avoiding the risk of a distortion in the international flows of energy and the services. But I think that this may be done. We must be creative. We believe that, for example, just mentioning the capacity, I do not believe personally that capacity market, yes or not, is the real problem. The real problem is to have a way to provide long-term price signals. Do we need a capacity mechanism to do that? I don't know. I mean, we had, as Alberto knows very well, we had a big debate in Italy about the introduction of a new capacity market mechanism, which is more or less defined according to the PJM model. No? Basically, it's a one-way contract for difference. Is that a capacity payment? A long-term one-way contract for difference is a capacity payment? I don't know. Is a long-term one-way contract for difference? If you change the strike, if you change the price, this may become a long-term contract. If you, instead of 3 years, it's 10 years, it becomes something which is very stable at the time. That may work. I would look at this system without any kind of ideological prerequisite. We believe that these new tools may be absolutely compatible with the work that you are doing, because there is no contradiction between the target, the fundamentals of the target model. The target models don't need to be based on an energy-only spot-based market. We do not believe that. They are absolutely compatible. And I think that a very good example, a very interesting example would be the discussion at the European level of the UK, the new UK energy model. I mean, I don't have an answer, but it's very interesting to understand if is this compatible or not with the mechanism. I guess yes, but of course you will need some kind of, of modification of the basic model. So my final point is that we don't need an energy-only spot-based market to have a market. You may have different markets. You may have competition for coming to the market with new investments. It is working very well in many geographies. You may have competition based on long-term contracts. You may have competition on flexibility. You may have competition on long-term contracts for flexibility. So we have to look to a large portfolio solutions and working together in order to define a market that I'm pretty sure in 5 years' time from now will be very different from the one that we are forcing now. Of course, all that needs a huge revolution in terms of infrastructures. If we want, as we want, to guarantee that renewables will work effectively in this new market, not only in technical terms, but also in these new market models. We are convinced that the renewables are creating some problem into the market functioning, but they may give a strong contribution in solving these problems. Of course, we need an infrastructural revolution through smart grids, ICT application, probably storage. And this is probably one of the key topics of the long-term European strategy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Simone. Infrastructure revolution, but I read your contribution as market evolution, i.e. what we've built so far is a good basis for a lot more that needs to be built on top. And I think the current effort from the Commission and also from regulators to try to see what else needs to be done in a way which does not kill the market that we have at the moment, because it would just be unwise to destroy what it has taken so much effort and a good part of 10 years to build, and it's just now starting to work. But is it delivering? I mean, that's now we turn to consumers. Is what you see today what you were expecting 10 years ago, or at some stage when the whole process started? And is delivering benefits, some benefits at least, to consumers already? Because as I mentioned at the beginning, this is done for the benefit of consumers, not for the benefits of anybody else. So what's the view, Peter, of large consumers, those who spend a lot of their money in energy?
Thank you very much, Alberto. Let me start by apologizing for Fernand Felsinger, who should have been here today, but he could not make it for health reasons. I'm afraid you're stuck with me for this debate. So And thank you for inviting J.H.H to this debate. Looking at, well, the question was, what are expectations from consumers or from industrial consumers of the market liberalization? And I think they're the same than the ones we had 10 or 15 years ago. And essentially, what end consumers looked at was a double goal of the liberalization and market integration process. The first was to have competitive prices, to make sure that the prices of electricity and gas would be the consequence of a competitive process. Mind you, I don't say low prices, I do say competitive prices, the consequence of a competition, of a fair competition in Europe. That was the first goal, and the second goal was that we were convinced that competition would also contribute to security of supply, looking at all these monopolies that we had in Europe 20 years ago, which did not necessarily motivate these monopolists to make sure that you got electricity. I mean, there was no penalty for not supplying electricity, and we were convinced that more competition would lead to more motivation for suppliers to make sure that you got your electricity or your gas. I don't think this has changed. This is still the expectation from consumers, competitive prices, and better security of supply. Now, where do we stand after 10 or 15 years of market liberalization? And I do share a large part of the analysis, Alberto, that you showed earlier. I do think that the instruments that we have been working so hard on are delivering. And if you look at what has happened in the day-ahead market, if you look at what has not yet happened in the intraday market, but let's hope it comes very rapidly in the balancing markets also, I think that we do have the instruments that can make it possible for that market to work. So why doesn't it deliver? I think there are two major reasons, and probably these are also the challenges of the next years. The first is, how do we cope with borders? Unfortunately, electricity does know borders, only people know borders, but we do see that with these marvelous instruments of market coupling, we do not come to converging prices anymore. Prices diverge, not even from the Baltic to Iberia, but even within CWE or with neighboring countries. And this is a huge challenge. How can we make sure that these borders do not cause congestions that are getting structural on some even Central European borders and make prices diverge? This was not the goal of the market integration. I don't think we can be happy with the result of the process, although, again, the instrument is probably very good. And the second reason is policy. We do see that energy policy is still too much a national matter, a national policy. And it is very difficult to understand how diverging national policies can come to a converging European energy model, energy market, integrated market. And if we see that some countries close down nuclear plants, others build them. Some countries do not want to invest in coal anymore, others do. Sometimes even subsidize now gas power plants, etc., etc. We do see a situation where it's going to be very difficult to have one single market if we continue to have a diverging or a different set of diverging national policies. I think for the next years, there are three crucial questions that we very urgently need to answer. The first is, do we still believe that competition and liberalization is the best model for the electricity sector? Or do we regulate? Because we preach liberalization, but at the same time, we talk about how to choose technology and not to choose technology. We impose certain technologies to the market. At the same time, we see that we subsidize throughout Europe certain technologies and we ban others. This is not market liberalization, this is something else. At the same time, we see that we ask for capacity mechanisms or capacity remuneration schemes in some countries. This is not competition, this is something else. So, do we really believe that the market will bring the solutions? Well, then we have to go for it. And as an economist, I can only say, well, there's only one choice. It is not a bit of market and a bit of regulation, it'll be one choice, one of the two that we have to choose. The second question, which is crucial, I think, for the next coming years is, do we want a European solution or do we want 28 national solutions? And in some countries, maybe more than one. And this is very crucial too, because again, the economies of scale that we were hoping to realize, the real effects of competition throughout Europe, or at least at regional level, if we want to achieve that, we will have to do that at the European level. we cannot achieve that on a solely national level. So the question there again is, do we want to go for European solutions? Do we want to harmonize things at Europe, or are we looking at national solutions? And all those, again, who say we want European solutions, at the same time introduce national capacity mechanisms, introduce national subsidy schemes for renewables. So this is something that we very urgently need to find an answer to and follow that answer. And the third question probably is, are we sure that we're making the right technology choices? Are we sure that renewables have the maturity today to solve our electricity problem? Shouldn't we invest more in research and technology to make sure that intermittent sources can be balanced by either demand flexibility or flexibility of other generation sources, or storage, where we haven't made any progress, or virtually any progress, in the last 10 years? So if we want to push more renewables into the market, we need to find solutions in order to get the system balanced. And this is also a very huge challenge. And if we cannot solve that problem, we will have not only financial problems in financing renewables very soon, but also physical problems if you don't already have them. So I think there's a lot of challenges left and a lot of questions to be answered. Again, I think we appreciate the work that has been done. But I just want to end with the situation of industrial consumers today, which is not good in Europe. We do have higher energy prices, significantly higher energy prices than our competitors in the United States, for instance, where another technology choice has been made. They also have the opportunity. Maybe we have it less than they have. But I think it's very urgently needed to make choices, to make the right choices for Europe, or we might lose part of the industry that has created so much wealth for us in the last decades. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Peter. I think the 3 points you raised are clearly points of relevance today in the debate. Actually, I was very reassured because a month ago at the Euroelectric conference, they have every year this electronic voting, and in one session there was a lot of questions on whether we should insist on markets or go back to regulation exactly along the lines. And fortunately, or very reassuringly, there was an overwhelming majority. There was a large room full to capacity, I think probably a few hundred people, and the overwhelming majority was actually for going ahead with the market. So we still have a bit of we still have we have still wide support, so there is still momentum for the market, but I think we need to deliver. And also, I guess, the Europeanization of the sector, hopefully with the latest election at European Parliament, will still be one of the unchallenged tenet of energy policy. Last, but not least, but I would say first, Monica, with the household, residential customer, let's say, right? The smaller customers, the ones that are probably still sometime trying to come to terms with the liberalized markets. They're supposed to have more choice and better prices and take advantage of those, trying to reap some benefits. Is this happening? How do you see the track record so far? And are we responding to their expectations? What are their expectations? What were their expectations?
Okay. Well, first of all, thank you for inviting BEUC to this event. And congratulations to FSR, to Florence School of Regulation, to Jean-Michel Glachant for inspiring work during the last decade. And I hope we will be able to observe your work in more decades. So before I was asked to talk about consumer expectations, and before going into that, I think it's good to check where do we stand today. And in fact, just a few days ago, the European Commission published a Consumer Market Scoreboard, 10th edition of Consumer Market Scoreboard. And this scoreboard has been published for every year for the last couple of years, and is checking is monitoring how the single market is delivering to consumers, and helps to identify possible or problematic areas. Here you can see the top 4 goods, services. The scoreboard is in fact looking at 52 markets, 21 goods, 31 services. And you can see that the red circle is showing you that electricity is among the 4 worst performing services. Gas is performing a bit better. Together with banking sector, telecom, and electricity are then, these services are not really doing well for consumers. That's the fact. By showing you this graphics is also about underlining the complexity of our life. It's not only about energy. We very often get into discussions about how to activate the consumer and how to help him to participate in the market. But in fact, it's just one part of our everyday life. I remember the research by the European Commission, which was published just a couple of years ago, saying or finding that consumers on average spend around 28 minutes per day on the consumer tasks. So we really need simplicity in the market if we want consumers to react to act. The positive, I forgot to start with the positive news because we are here to celebrate today. The positive overall findings of this consumer scoreboard is that market performance is improving in general, considering all markets. But the fact that electricity and gas are ranked poorly is another fact. Also, what's important to say is, and it has been already mentioned here, that there are huge differences among EU 15 and EU 13. So we also see it with our experts, while in Western and Northern Europe, consumers have more choices. That's true. Sometimes it's also a lot about market complexity. Our members in Eastern Europe always talk about the fact that there is not real choice. When you look closer at this scoreboard, you will see the indicators which are evaluated. It's about consumer trust, it's about how consumers find market or the offers comparable, if they are satisfied, if the market lives up to their expectations, if when they have a problem, if they want to complain, if the process is easy, if they want to switch, is there enough choice? And the overall conclusion of this scoreboard is that for electricity and gas, consumer satisfaction is low, choice is low, switching is low, or is perceived as quite problematic. So here we can see that there might be an issue with competition, and we talk about it quite often. That the impact, what we observe at the wholesale level, or that the market is getting more and more integrated, we don't often see it at the retail level. So this is about competition. If I can summarize the scoreboard, the findings, is about the fact that consumers cannot actively, or they can't still actively participate in the market, and the liberalization did not bring the benefits yet, full benefits. Let's be realistic. I would also like to underline actively participating, because this is what I understand is expected from consumers, talking about smart grids, talking about demand response, talking about future markets where we are heading. So more needs to be done in this respect so that consumers can actually actively participate. And now going back to what we expect. So we can check, we can actually look at all indicators on trust, comparability, switching, complaints, and I can tell you at least 3 points to each of them, how to increase trust, to offer consumers high-quality products, services at affordable, fair price, because energy must be affordable. It's about communicating with consumers. It's about talking about comparability. We are still struggling with very complex offers, unclear bills. So that's just to increase trust. When we start talking about future technologies or new technologies, smart meters, which are being rolled out already, it's also about data protection, how you protect people's privacy so that they trust the system and they participate afterwards. It's also about following ethical business practices. This is what I hear quite often from our experts when they start talking about aggressive marketing practices and doorstep selling, and stories are quite serious. So what I want to conclude is that involving consumers, because the consumer is, let's say, kind of litmus paper, which will help you to see if whatever you are doing around at the wholesale and about in different sectors, how actually the consumer see how the market works for a consumer, if it works or not, what needs to be done, where it doesn't work. And to be honest, we can see a few good examples. The market is not performing as we would expect, but there are good examples. And in fact, just 2 weeks ago, I was at the conference, the SEER annual conference, and many of you may know SEER BEU Customer Vision for 2020, which is based on several principles, reliability, simplicity, and so on. And there were a couple of supporters presenting the way how they implement the vision in practice. And there were some best practices. But now the challenge, in my view, is how to transform these best practices into standard practices so that we can really experience all.
Thank you, Monica. Now, we still have, thank you, Monica, for, I think there are some aspects which need obviously to be looked more carefully into, why consumers are not benefiting. Sometimes it's a matter of not having the opportunity to benefit. Sometimes it's a matter of being aware of what are the opportunities. I mean, I was always struck by the fact that, I think DG Sanco a few years ago, but I doubt whether the situation has changed a lot, discovered that almost half of the consumers changed for a worse tariff. 40 or something % consumers in France do not seem to be aware that they can switch. And there is another large company in a large country in Europe where gas consumers can save up to 55% of their bill and they don't switch. So, I mean, a few mysteries here, obviously to be looked into, and I think a challenge for all of us, for regulators in premise, but also for associations. I mean, how can we? And it's not about demand response. That's the next question. I think it's much more fundamentally why consumers do not take full advantage also of what is already available. Right, now we still have a few minutes. First, I have an extra question for all my colleagues here, but first I would like to check whether there is any contribution before giving them an opportunity for another couple of minutes each. If there is any comment, question, contribution from... Do we have microphones, Pia? Yes, we have. Oh, Claude.
I'm Claude Thomas, member of European Parliament. I have one question to the Vice President of Enel, and maybe if you can put back his slide where the wind pushes solar, and then, because I have a question on that slide.
The one on...
Which is a quote, it's not my slide.
Because that was precisely what we had in mind when we did the energy and climate package. But what surprised us all is that ETS doesn't function. Because otherwise, this slide would be perfect. You just have to invert coal being the last and CCGT in. And I was completely surprised that you are able to put such a slide. Even afterwards, you say where the problems are. In your whole speech, CO2 and the disaster of ETS doesn't exist. Is that because Enel has a lot of coal power plants? Is that raises a lot of cash for your company? Or what is the reason that you are completely blind or you have amnesic on the disaster of EU ETS and that we are in that situation and not in the situation which we had hoped to have created? Thank you.
Thank you, Claude.
Okay. I answer now?
Let's see if there is, but I think this deserves an answer.
Yeah.
Immediately, I think, because it's...
No, I really like your question. Thank you very much. Because as you know, because we have been interacting a lot, we have been the most, and we are the most active supporter of ETS reform. We have been the most active supporter of backloading. We have been the most active supporter of the market stability mechanism and so on. So we believe, I didn't mention that just because we started for the market coupling, so it was another topic. And this was my point of view on ETS was really synthesized, probably in not very effective way, on the idea that the 2030 package is pretty good. And I would add now that it's not good enough to push up the functioning of ETS. What we are proposing about ETS is anticipating all the measures to making the backloading a permanent set aside, to start with some kind of stability mechanism tomorrow, if it's possible. So our position is strongly in support of ETS. And we do believe, we are convinced, that one of the reasons why the support to renewable sources has been probably overpaid in several countries, for sure in this country, has been the fact that ETS probably didn't work very well. So I fully agree with you. But my point on this slide, which I like this slide, but because your point about CCGT and coal is not a secondary problem. It's a primary problem because the carbon intensity of European economy has been the less effective in the reduction process. And this is because exactly the fact that the international dynamics on coal market related to the US and the ETS failure. My point is not that this is wrong. I say that's good. I mean, we are going to get the targets on renewable. My point is that this situation is creating my focus is on the energy-only market. The situation is creating a context in which the price coming out from the energy market is a price which is not reflecting a proper market dynamics. Because if you put together a huge amount of production which has a variable cost and a huge amount of production which has zero variable cost, the market is not working. Then my point is not that this is wrong, this is good, this is according to the policies. Probably ETS would help the process, but we do need to make a deep transformation of how the very basic dynamics of energy markets in Europe is working, because the price which the energy markets are providing today are not the right prices.
Well, that's Peter.
Just 30 seconds. I really don't understand your question, Claude. I don't think that ETS was introduced to promote renewables, and renewables are not the cheapest way of reducing CO2 emissions. That's very clear. That's true.
ETS was introduced to change in the merit order of the power sector.
It wasn't.
Gas against coal.
ETS was introduced to reduce CO2 emissions.
You go to Del Beca and others, their hope was we will have a sufficiently high CO2 price, and go back to 2008 when the CO2 price was at 25. hard coal was out of the merit order and gas was in. And it was afterwards, when through loopholes introduced by Business Europe, the price fall completely, that this merit order has changed again. And that's the disaster which we are confronted with.
Why do you put nuclear?
Yeah, nuclear is a market failure.
Okay. Nuclear has already fallen.
No, nuclear is it's out of the market, and the Hinkley point shows it. It's too expensive.
So are renewables?
No, renewables are. You know that onshore wind is much cheaper than, and even large PV is much cheaper than new nuclear. So nuclear is a market failure.
Huh? Do we have a session on renewables? Right. Any? Well, I have a...
Over there, there's a question.
Oh, yeah. Who's that?
Davide Rubini speaking for Statoil. The comment is divided into two parts. The first one is a compliment towards the work the regulators have been doing so far when it comes to the network codes on the gas market. The results on the CAM code, on the balancing codes, are in general appreciated by the industry and by the market. But now ENTSOG and Acer are working on the tariff network code, and there we see a process which is not as good as the one that we have seen on the other codes. In fact, the problem that we have on the tariff network code is that we are probably, on one end, betraying the gas target model vision, and in doing that, we are going towards the same problem that we have on the electricity market, i.e. The fact that we are missing out on understanding the needs for a long-term perspective, and hence the need for long-term investment signals. Why is that happening? Because the tariff network code, as it is being designed, or the framework guidelines, as they've been decided by Acer, and as they've been worked on by ENTSOG, are pretty much ignoring those long-term signals, pushing towards short-term capacity by basically excluding the possibility of firm, of non-floating tariff on capacity. Now, the perverse result of this is that not only by doing that, we miss out on the possibility of having long-term market signals that will support investment, but we may also end up actually working towards the very objective of the network code and the gas directive, i.e. The creation of more liquidity on the market and the development of hub. Why is that? Because if you push towards the short term, suppliers like Statoil and of course also Gazprom, in a context where demand is shrinking or is under strong pressure, and there is a push towards short term, will want to go towards the customers, towards the end user. And if that happens, the end result is actually that you will see a company like Statoil and a company like Gazprom actually taking over the market, going directly to end user, vertically integrating in there, and ultimately killing liquidity, because we don't need the wholesale market at one point. So here is a warning to Acer and about avoiding going in the same direction that probably we have gone on the power market, and completely disregarding the importance of long-term investment signals, which, on the other hand, were part of the gas target model. Thank you.
Well, that's a fairly detailed question, I would say. I don't know whether... I think actually the electricity and gas sectors come from a completely different history. The gas sector comes from being predominantly based on long-term contracts. So I think any drive towards trying to make more room for short-term signals is probably, in the right direction. The electricity sector did not have, at least in Europe, I mean, there were PPAs, but you know, in the past there were vertically integrated monopolies who were running the system as a single sort of operation, and therefore I think, you know, it's difficult to compare the two. Now, I don't know whether Walter wants to take 35 seconds to answer, because this seems to be more a debate for a gas target model workshop, but please, Walter, 35 seconds, 40.
I'll use the time, to make a short comment on that, and maybe then have a question to the panel. I mean, the comment is that many industries would love to have long-term contractual relationships like the gas industry had over, I don't know, 40 years. To my knowledge, Statoil doesn't have a long-term contract for the purchase of oil, and still they explore and produce quite a lot of oil, and the same applies to all the other industries. I mean, you might like it or not, long-term contracts are basically dead in Europe for gas. They represent maybe 35% of total volumes by now, or 40% with a declining tendency. If that's good or bad, we'll find out in the future, but it's a fact. Nobody in his right mind on the buyer side would sign a long-term contract nowadays with a fixed price formula, because those people who have done it have written off billions, and I'm sure you and I can contest to that, you know, the write-offs that have been made because the price is just completely out of the market. Now, my question maybe to the panel, and that's sort of a discussion, would be, obviously we are facing quite a number of problems currently in the electricity market. If you would put yourself in the position, let's say 5 or 6 years ago, what could we have done differently to avoid the problems? Would be an interesting question posed to the panel, because it's always easy to diagnose current problems. We're also pretty good at that. But the question is, you know, could we have done something better? At the time we were, for example, you know, drafting the third energy package, you know. What would we have, how could we have improved the situation that we currently face, you know, massive loss of value of energy companies, and basically half the value of all the energy industry being lost in Europe over the last couple of years, and, you know, the misinvestment, wrong investment in generation capacity, which basically is costing us money. You know, companies that are, let's say, 30–40% publicly owned, writing off a large share of their new investments in gas generation is costing us all, not so much in energy prices, but, you know, in asset valuation and so on. So, could we have done anything better in Hinterside?
Thank you, Walter. Can I, given that we have 2.5 minutes to the end, and this is probably a title for a workshop, can I rephrase the question and sort of ask Peter and Monica, because I think we have only very few instances left. Rephrase yours. If you have today a magic wand and you could fix one aspect which we didn't manage to fix so far, what would be your dream come true?
About energy, you mean?
Well, yes, unfortunately, just about energy.
Okay.
Not your private life, not. So,
maybe
but
for the
just one straight.
Florence.
Yeah.
First, I think
one.
Yeah,
one.
Only one.
Yeah. Top priority.
Put 90% of the money we would have put in renewables, in research into better renewables.
Well, that's interesting. Monica.
It's very challenging. It's almost impossible to answer within 30 seconds. But I was thinking about actually what is the result, what I want to achieve, and how to then achieve it. So what I would like as a result is to make life easier, simple. For that, I think one of the things, make the competition work.
Okay, I think we are. Simon, you want to say one word? One.
Well, I would say that I would change the 2020 approach. I would put much more, I wouldn't say much more detail, but much more implementative regulation, much more similar to what is inside today to the present package, because the disaster was just afterward, and that was not a bad idea, but a better implementation.
No. Do you want to wrap up with some?
Well, I think that usually we say the electricity market is in trouble, and I believe indeed the electricity market has to change profoundly. it is still working like 50 years ago, when there is major change happening, new players, consumer, prosumers. So I think make the electricity system intelligent. And I think at the moment it is what is needed. And what we will see is that we will see new companies coming in, and what you see in US, for instance, because we will not be anymore in kilowatt hour, but we will be in applications, simplicity required by the consumers, and more a reactive system. So I believe that that is where the utilities have completely underestimated the change of the electricity paradigm. Mr. Mestrales said it in February. E.ON and RWE said it. So they made major investment choice which were wrong, and so on. So I think we need really to have an acceleration of the electricity system intelligence through application of new technologies which exist, and make it just clever.
Well, okay, well, thank you very much, Monica, Simone, Jean-Arnaud, Peter. Thank you for, I think it was an interesting discussion, a discussion that could have continued for a long time, and I think I will take Walter's suggestion as one of the title of one of the future policy workshops here at the Florence School. Thank you very much again to all those who have, all my colleagues here at the Florence School who have made the school what it is today. I think it's, going back 10 years, when it all started, as Jean-Michel was saying, it's a small room in the convent, and now, it's a major operation in various sectors. I think it's something quite remarkable. So thank you to the panelists, but also thanks to all those who have made this possible. And I think now it's time for the next session. Not yet lunch.
Thank you, Alberto.
Thank you. Thank you, Peter. Thanks a lot. Interesting, your thought. Unexpected, actually.
You are next.
Yeah. So now you can ask what was wrong.
Si appoggio lì, allora vai, fai
This, yes, lui è?
Quinto.
5?
Sì.
Okay.
It's good? Okay.
so that we can commence the final session of the morning. Thank you very much. Well, my name is J.H.H, and I'm responsible for the energy law and policy area here at the Florence School of Regulation. Some years ago, Jean-Michel sent me an email and asked me if I would like to be his right arm on matters of law, energy law and policy. So I think I've become the right arm in the last 5 years. And we've been very lucky to be able to develop the law and policy area under the wide arms of Jean-Michel. And we'll be telling you more about what we do later on today. But it's my pleasure to be able to chair the discussion that's going to take us towards life beyond 2014. We've just heard a lot of debate already and controversy about what will happen in the next 6 months. But we are going to go even further and look at the decade to follow. And to take the debate further, we have a slightly different lineup from in the program. So we have Claude Turme from the European Parliament. Lord Mogg has been delayed and has been replaced by Walter Boltz. We're very grateful to Walter for stepping in. We also have Professor Glachant representing the industry today.
Yeah, I do represent the footnote industry.
The footnote industry. I'm not sure what that is. And then last, but by no means least, we have Olivier Hertz, as announced in the program. So we have the complete lineup. So to kick off, I would maybe just make a comment about where are we going. I was rather alarmed when I read a document that the Commission issued in October last year called Making the Most of Public Intervention. Even the title, I think, was a bit alarming, where the Commission says, well, the internal market is just a means to an end. But they didn't actually say what the end might be. It was merely a means. So it would be very interesting, I think, in this panel to maybe reflect on what the ends, what the vision could be. We've heard a lot in debates recently about missing money, missing infrastructure, missing links. But are we missing a vision? Are we missing actually a clear policy? I studied 35 years ago in this very room as a student at this university when it had just opened. And we had then a president called Max Konstam, who had been Jean Monnet's right arm, I think, at the time. And as a new student, you were always interviewed by the president, who told you with mist in his blue eyes how important it was that we never went as Europe to war again. So I was very much part of the generation that was told this was the vision, a very convincing one. But of course, for the future generations, and if we're looking at life beyond 2014, it's very important to have clear messages. So maybe in this panel, we could explore how we do that. And I think we have a very gifted communicator to kick us off.
Thank you very much. So first, it's a real pleasure for me to be here. I think this is what I call the soft power center of the European energy market. It's a place where a lot of ideas have been born, and it's for me always something like an intensive training course when I come here, even if it is only the 5 minutes that I can speak to some of you during the bus ride or during a coffee break, because policymakers need this type of places like you, where you can go more in depth and where you are also free outside of vested interest to go not only for visions, but also to think about what are the instruments. So what is for me, why do we continue to fight for markets and for an internal market? One is we are on a planet which will have 10 billion inhabitants. Ecosystems are in the red. Climate change is damn serious. I'm one of those who thinks that 2 degrees is probably even too much. We will have too much damage, so we would have to go for a 1.5 degree world, and that means acceleration of the energy transition with efficiency, renewables, and grids in the center. 2, the strongest energy company in Europe is neither EDF nor E.ON nor Enel, it's Gazprom. I'm impressed also when I speak to actors in the energy field that nobody dares, none of the companies dares to challenge Gazprom. And that makes deals like the one which happened last week in Austria possible. Even BP, if they are building one pipeline with Azerbaijan, they still try to be very active in Russia. So it's, for me, the second challenge for Europe beneath climate change is our energy independence. And are we still in our house, in a certain sense, leading the game, or is somebody else dividing us in a very sophisticated way? 3 is, for me, democracy. And that is something which I want to discuss with you. I understand why the Margaret Group was set up, why the energy companies are completely happy with this disaster which Barroso created in January on this non-governance, non-ambition, non-nothing paper from January this year. The big energy oligopolies are now challenged with a market which is not well functioning, that has above all to do with ETS, which is producing a complete price disaster, but also with democratization. We have democratized the power sector in 2003 when we created independent regulators and when we imposed unbundling, and solar and wind. Everybody, all of us can invest in that, plus ICT, so there is much more actors, and I understand why boards of big power companies are shocked about the speed of the change. And all what they are trying this moment is to slow down the change which we have basically triggered and imposed by the 2020 package. So, and then what are my 4 or 5 visions for what we have to do? First is we need to raise energy productivity in Europe. Without being more efficient, we will not be able to have a leverage vis-à-vis Gazprom and others. So, and in order to keep the system costs low, per unit prices for oil, gas, and also electricity can only go up. So if we are not efficient, energy costs will not be affordable or not as easy affordable. And that's the whole battle which we have in these days with Barroso and the ETS gang in Brussels saying you cannot go beyond 27% because then you go off the cost-efficient path for the 40% greenhouse gas, whereas we as Parliament say 40% will bring us bigger energy independence, more jobs in Europe, and at the end, lower system costs. Second is renewable energy. The good news is that the costs of renewable energy the cost curves are much better than even the most optimistic of us thought. I'm in the unbelievable situation as a Green who has always opposed nuclear to be today in a situation which I can stand up and say large PV and onshore wind are cheaper than new nuclear. And therefore nuclear is now a market failure, and I think it cannot, in a market, nuclear is dead. And that's one of the problems I will come to later. So there is no reason whatsoever not to speed up the penetration of variable renewables. And in that sense, also the 27% proposal, which is now on the table, is ridiculous because it slows down the path of the penetration of renewables. We went from 15% to 35% of renewables in the power sector from 2010 to 2020, and now we will go from 35 to 45. So we did more than 15%, more than 20, almost 20% in a moment where renewables were expensive. Now that renewables are cheap, we only dare, in a certain sense, to add another 10%, which is, I think, for a lot of reasons, completely not optimal. Third, and that's the real challenge, what is the Tusk-Cameron-Hollande energy union about? Of course, it's a fantastic rhetoric. I would pay the spin doctor who came up with it because it is really, everybody now speaks of this union. But who has read the 12 pages behind? Who has read it? Let's do a test. There is a 12-paper document behind. Who has read it? I read it. There is one good idea which is in all bilateral gas contracts of Europe, there should be the full implementation of the acquis of the third package. That idea, I always fought for it. What is then in? Connecting Europe facility money, which is today, and that's a decision from end of last year, not open for oil pipelines, should be open to finance oil pipelines. Then a bit later, state aid, which we have just decided in April, should be reformed in order to allow subsidies for new coal power plant. Subsidies for new coal power plant. And the third issue is give us Dick Cheney conditions for shale gas in Europe, which means no environmental conditions, all damage is paid by the government, and shale gas investments or investors never pay any taxes. That's the Tusk paper, and then behind, of course, you should ask, why are the organizers of the Paris Climate Convention supporting somebody who is derailing European climate policy? And then it's very easy to understand. UK wants to build nuclear reactors, which are market failure. They need subsidies for nuclear, which are in complete contradiction with the EU internal market, and it is Areva building them, and therefore France is also supporting Tusk and Cameron. So, and the big question for us will we allow, under the logo of energy union, to go away from markets, to go away from Europe into a renationalization of energy policies with weak European governments? The 2030 Barroso package has destroyed the governments on renewables, and in July, when Mr. Oettinger comes out with his efficiency package, the risk is that they will also destroy the governments for energy efficiency. And the issue behind is new subsidies for everything. Good. And go beyond national egoisms. I think we are really in a phase where there is less and less big players who are enthusiastic about the internal market. And so I think we should push also against France again this interconnection target of 15, I would even go to 30%. And then there is one question I want to discuss with you, which is the following. The German power market doesn't exist anymore. The European power market will never exist, or at least not between now and 2035. So where is the power market? The power market is the Central West power market, it is the Baltic Sea power market, it is the Southeast European power market, with Italy and Austria joining forces with Southeast Europe. Electricity is about physics, and there will never be huge enough interconnections in Europe to link really the Bulgarian and Romanian energy system with the Danish and Irish. And therefore, I think the only way for us to win and to defend a deeper integration of the internal market is to go regional, but under the strict control of ACER, in order to prevent that this will be completely markets with different rules. And then, of course, last issue on gas, I think Walter is more knowledgeable than me, so he will probably explain you better that. The other problem is, of course, market design in the power market. And I understand the problem with Germany this week, I think 30 euro per megawatt hour. And the futures for Leipzig are below 35. for the next 5-8 years. So with that, you build nothing. No gas, no coal, no nuclear, no wind, no PV. You build just nothing. The biggest and the simplest way to bring back this price signal would be deep reform of EU ETS. 20 euro of CO2 means 12 euro up in Leipzig. That would already be a real game changer. But the problem is the following. ETS is a horribly complicated instrument to calibrate. Business Europe did one amendment in the very last moment back in 2003, which was international credits. Today we have 1.2 billion international credits, which flooded the market end of 2012. And now there is no political majority against Business Europe to get rid of this 1.2 billion. So the market is dead. And the other thing which I was told, which is really shocking, Mrs. Merkel has promised Mr. Tusk that the ETS reform will not be done so that they will not put Poland in a minority, even if they could do it in qualified majority. Which means that I'm really not optimistic that we will get a serious ETS reform and ETS will be very shallow. And then, of course, the question is how to do with that. And good, and that we have to discuss. And everything which we can do, of course, intraday markets, bringing this further and deepening geographical integration, getting demand side in, getting storage in, getting proactive industry consumers, and so on, will help us, of course, to not to have as deep negative prices which we risk in this. And I think and then of course retail was alluded. Just one word, in Germany the wholesale market price went down from 65 to 35, and the retail component of the customers, of the citizens in Germany went up 7%. So this is billions who have disappeared. No, they have not disappeared. They went into the pockets of happy few Stadtwerke and happy few big German, which are in a stress because the monopoly rent of the grid, we have melted it down through Bundesnetzagentur and so on. The wholesale market price is that, so you do not earn a lot of money as E.ON and RWE anymore on the wholesale. So I understand that they try now to get the last revenue from the small customers. Good, but should we tolerate that? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. I think you've delivered us a lot of provocative thoughts that we will return to. I'd like now to ask Walter Botz to share his vision of life after 2014. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll reply to a couple of things that Claude has alluded to, but I think to understand what in the views of the regulators the future will bring, I do need to speak 20 seconds about where we are today. I think we actually did make significant progress in rule making. We have made much less progress in implementing rules, and there's a lot to do here. We have been, to maybe not surprisingly, less successful in rule making in electricity than in gas. And there are many reasons for that, one being that while we are designing rules, politicians are changing the framework twice with renewable targets, efficiency targets, CO2 market changes, and so on. So it's difficult to catch up with the situation as regulators and in the orderly process as prescribed in the third energy package. So when we say what is left to do, there is a lot left to do. I think we have to focus in the next couple of years on implementing existing rules, because we have them, but we have by far not implemented them everywhere. We have to work on finalizing the electricity rules, because we are here lacking behind. So we have the capacity allocation congestion management guidelines shortly to be introduced in comitology, which means it will take another year before they are formally through the EU process, and only then they can start having any effect in reality. And maybe it will be another 2 years before you can really see the effect. So a lot of rules still need to be crafted and finalized there. And we have to start monitoring what the existing rules, and we have already some network codes in gas coming into force. We have to see how these existing rules are actually working. We are designing many aspects of the market completely new, so it's totally unrealistic to believe that everything will work perfectly. Even the regulators are not necessarily perfect in all aspects. So we will need to look at the effects of the rules, and we'll have to work on amending them to to meet the reality test if they really achieve what we intended to do. And I think Alberto mentioned the market coupling, which was a big project, very difficult to achieve. But now we see that market coupling without sufficient cross-border capacity is not achieving the price convergence that we were all hoping it would. So there's more to do. Now, to be a little bit more specific on electricity, I think we need to finalize network codes and framework guidelines where they're still not final. We need to start implementing them, which in itself will be a process between 1 and 3 years, I think, realistically. And we have to see what we can do about cross-border capacity. That's probably one of the biggest failures of the third energy package, that we have not managed to increase cross-border capacity. Actually, it is shrinking. We are seeing more phase shifters, so we see less flows across borders in most parts of Europe. And so we shouldn't be surprised if prices diverge. So we need to do something about that, but not necessarily new legislation. I think we have a lot of tools. We have ITC, we have the allocation of cross-border auction revenues, we have the infrastructure package. I think we just have to push to a much higher degree of interconnectivity on the electricity markets. And then we have to talk to the politicians to maybe slow down a little bit, in spite of what Claude has said, reform of everything. I mean, surely there's a reform need in CO2 and renewables and so on, but maybe a little bit lower speed would be quite helpful, because it's difficult for changing market rules if by the time it takes you to modify them, there has been 1 or 2 reforms, for example, of renewable subsidy policies. So we need to kind of align this, and we need to coordinate and harmonize more than invent new things. And for example, we should harmonize CO2 emission rights with renewable volumes, because if we have more renewables, we need less CO2 for electricity production, so we need to take out some CO2 emission rights, the more renewables we have, which was totally neglected in the first renewable package and CO2 directive, which was stupid. But then people thought, oh, it will be a minuscule part. Let's not worry about it. Now it's a major part in electricity generation, so we have to account for that. And we need to harmonize security of supply. We really need to fight capacity markets. I think we need to look in security of supply, but the way capacity markets are developing now on a national basis will create chaos and kill the market. On the gas side, we are surprisingly a little bit better off. We have more network codes finalized, so we can implement them. We can focus on integrating the markets, because many gas markets are too small to be sustained on their own with 2 BCM gas volumes and, I don't know, maybe 600,000 gas consumers in a country. You will never create a functioning wholesale and retail market, so you have to do something about that. And we have to work on security of supply to diversify the supply sources. And although, I mean, I deal a lot with sort of security of supply and gas in our Russian supplier, I think the positive news is that we are actually using less and less gas. And from the regulator's point, we are looking at how do we manage a declining market, a continuously declining gas market with stranded assets and so on. So, which is a challenge, but it means we become less and less dependent on a single supplier if we need less of the commodity there. We have to look in security of supply through market integration and diversification. We are fairly well positioned in Europe in relation to gas sources, to gas infrastructure. We just have to make sure that we expand that to Central Eastern Europe, where there's still some infrastructure lacking, and then we have to organize ourselves, so there's not that much to do. And finally, I think the big topic of the next couple of years will be consumers. We have managed to bring quite a number of benefits of the liberalized markets to big energy consumers, although they complain, but I mean, it's kind of a natural reaction industry to complain, but the household consumer and also the small business consumer has been sort of left behind. I mean, we have allowed a large fragmentation of the market. We have in many markets still end-user price regulation, which is the obvious signal of distrust by their own government about their own market. I mean, why would you regulate a market that you have trust in? So national governments have no trust in their national retail markets, demonstrated by price regulation. So we need to get out of that. We need to assure retail competition. And as it's very difficult for governments to break up the incumbents, this can only be done by cross-border integration. So we need to make sure that an Italian consumer can buy electricity in Germany or in Austria, directly by an Austrian supplier. I can buy cheese in Italy and have it shipped to Austria, but I cannot buy electricity in Italy from Austria. Why is that? It's much easier to transport. It's 100% harmonized and standardized, and still it's not possible. We have different rules on billing, different rules on taxes, different rules how an invoice should look. So we need to work on that. We need to harmonize many aspects of the retail market, data exchange, data structure, consumer rights. I mean, why in all the world is it really necessary to have very different sets of consumer rights for electricity and gas consumers in different neighboring countries? So here we need to do a lot of work to bring the benefits of a well-working, functioning retail market to small consumers in Europe. And I think that will probably be a lot of activity of the regulators. And I think in summary, we should not be overly focused on this 2014, which was written by the Commission in some council document. Nobody probably knew at the time it was approved what it really meant. And of course, we don't have a fully functioning market in 2014 in either electricity or gas. We have some regional wholesale markets that work okay, others that don't work well. We don't have anything close to a European retail market at all. So a lot remains to be done, but at the same time, there are many problems. I would say on the regulator side, we still haven't lost our faith in the market forces that work. And I think the less interventions in the market we allow in the next couple of years, the better will we be off at the 15-year anniversary of the Florence School. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So on a more upbeat note, I think, for the next 5 years. So I will now turn to our first industry speaker, which is in fact Jean-Michel, who will comment, I think.
Why I'm saying that I'm working in the footnote industry, it's because one of my colleagues in California, Edward Kahn, was a researcher like me at the Lawrence Berkeley Laboratory. And one day he did quit to enter consultancy, made a reasonable amount of money, and he had also a very, let's say, successful work to convince the company of gas El Paso that during the Californian crisis, this company didn't do anything wrong, but should give voluntarily $1 billion to the consumers. What the company did, to give back $1 billion to consumer, and in exchange, everybody was okay, including the federal regulator, that the company did do nothing wrong. That's what you can do when you are not in the footnote industry. I am still there, so I won't repeat what has been said by Claude and Walter. And as you know, the more you specialize, the closer you are from the other specialized people. So half of what all of us say is the same, yet only the second half which is different. I would like to start by re-saying that building the internal market is an incredible success. I would like to tell you or to remind you why I did start studying this story. Because in 1994, I did discover a power market in UK by accident. Then I thought, wow, I will demonstrate that it will never work because it's impossible to have a market in the power industry. I took a sabbatical, 6 months free, to study it. It was so difficult that I did continue to work on it. It took me 1 year, 1 year and a half to understand the functioning of the UK market, the first one, the UK pool, and at my total surprise, it was working. But even working, it has been destroyed around 2002. And at the European level, I did start working at the European level in 2004 because we did create an informal club for Commissioner Piebalgs. Rapidly, we came to the conclusion that the second package was not working and cannot deliver, and we roughly designed a third package. But the commissioner did tell us, okay, I understand your aims, but it's impossible. We will never have a third package. So could you find something similar, but inside the second package? But we said to Commissioner, we can. The second package cannot deliver. And where are we today? Where are we today? You have seen that we have this similar design for the day ahead. We have closer intraday processes for the power industry. And we are starting to have harmonization of some balancing. That's incredible, incredible. But it does not matter. Why? Because it does not deliver what we had in mind. What we had in mind was a fleet of CCGTs in Europe. Everybody generating with gas, so the same price everywhere. And gas was cheap at this time, so everything cheap, everybody happy. It's not the case. Regarding the gas, let's assume that we are roughly something like a functioning gas market in the Western Europe. Let's assume that the price is quite okay. It does not matter. Why? Because we are looking at the shale gas, and we will never have the shale gas price. We have the European price. So we have roughly 2 internal markets, but they do not deliver what we were expecting. But markets deliver only what they deliver. So let's look at something else then, renewable. Renewable was not intended at all in any conception of the market. Renewable is really 2007 story, the Berlin Council, the push, etc. But both are not yet on the same footing. As economists, or even maybe as engineers, we think of the far future, we think, well, maybe everything can be renewable in a market, why not? I can see why renewable cannot be in the market. Can they be in the existing market? Well, there are already a lot. If you look at the wholesale market in Germany, renewable is sold in the wholesale market. And renewable is so influential that even in the balancing arena, hydro pump storage is not making its money. So they are in the market. But loops are still missing. There is a loop for investment. How to have a more open financing of renewable. So I do not know. Some British economists are suggesting to open tender for renewable themselves, or either to open tenders for carbon content of the generating set. Well, why not? And now, if we look at the end of the chain of markets, let's say balancing and related area, do we have yet a good pricing of the scarcity? Do we have yet a good pricing of the reserve, a good pricing of the balancing energy, a good pricing of reactive power? Not sure. We can look at it. And then the question we will have is that if we have one arm pushing around the investment loop, so the capacity story, and one arm push it at pricing scarcity, how will we recombine the two? So a part of our profession is saying, but that's obvious, Jean-Michel, because if you push investment, you will push investment to get the flexibility you need at the end of the chain of markets. And there is another part of our profession saying, okay, but you will get this only if you are able to have an independent and wise regulator managing all the chain of decision, which is just something you will never get. So if you are unable to have a very detailed chain of decision from investment to balancing, it's better to separate the two and to have a balancing arrangement in one part and an investment arrangement in the other. Apart from this, what I do agree also with many speakers is that retail, distributed generation, prosumers, demand response, DSO revolutions, all of this is unknown, uncharted territory, which is, it's possible that the utilities we have been severely hurt by the crisis and the renewable push, but it's also possible that their business model anyway was going to die because of the decentralization pushed by the renewable. And if you look at Hawaii, which is very surprising, Hawaii is so far from European Commission and it's not ruled by Brussels. In Hawaii, it is the regulatory commission which kills the utility because they think the utility is not needed anymore. They prefer to have PV everywhere, some wind, but a flow of PV, and then they think that the utility as an intermediary is not needed. And I do appreciate that several utilities in Europe are deeply thinking about it, how to reinvent their business, how to reinvent their companies. And that's true that the big new revolution not really opened, retail, prosumers, decentralization, and the like. That's my view.
Thank you very much. From the footnote industry expert, I think, has launched ideas that are so a lot of ideas there that are certainly not just footnotes. So now I would like to turn to our last panelist, who will give us the view from a TSO. Thank you very much, Olivier.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here with you to celebrate this 10th anniversary. Congratulations to Jean-Michel and his team for the wonderful organization and for all the work that has been done for the last 10 years. I'm in this program, but I was not in the previous ones. And I would like to apologize on behalf of Dominique Maillard, the chairman of the executive board of RTE, who was unable to attend this conference due to a previously agreed commitment. And I would like also to apologize for the absence of Olivier Laouane, who was due to come but had to stay in France for personal reasons. Of course, I will present the point of view of a transmission network company, but electricity transmission network company. I will not talk about Gazprom, for instance. Oh, sorry. So the first slide shows that the transmission system operators are at the heart of the consistency of EU electricity strategies. EU strategy will keep supporting the development of renewable energy sources, but national energy mix reflect policy choices and allocation of resources. And we don't anticipate the consistency on the different generation mix. Thus, the consistency is ensured by the transmission system, which allows the pooling of different consumption patterns as well as different generation mix. TSOs use two categories of tools to ensure balance and economic optimization of the power system. First, developing the grid, in particular interconnection capacities. Then, optimizing the use of existing infrastructure, for instance, market coupling or cooperation between TSOs, such as Coreso. These slides show the main drivers of the development of transmission networks in Europe. The map comes from the last 10-year network development plan from ENTSO-E. The transmission grid operates a geographical reconciliation between regions and between countries. And the growth of decentralized intermittent energy reinforces the need for this geographical solidarity. The fact that new generation is decentralized does not justify less infrastructure needs, on the contrary. And intermittence reinforces the need for solidarity at all levels. Therefore, the development of the transmission network should be facilitated. We have one concern, however, the length of permitting procedures for building new lines compared to the time needed to build new generation units. The European infrastructure package addresses these questions for projects of common interest, but we must generalize the streamlining of procedures beyond PCIs. This slide shows a new paradigm of the EU power system. It illustrates that the conclusion of Mr. Vinoy in the last panel. As you can see, interactivity and flexibility form a new context for the power system and for TSOs. We need to mobilize grid intelligence to keep ensuring balance and economic optimization of the power system. The transmission network is at the heart of the deployment of smart grids. Since the evolution of generation doesn't form a favorable factor, we must work on another issues. Diffuse storage is promising, but technologies are not yet mature. Demand flexibility is an indispensable tool, but has an insufficient short-term potential. Thus, in the short term, network development remains a necessary condition for the implementation of energy transition. In the long term, we are progressively aiming towards a new design of the power market. And with my last slide, we come to the tariff regulation. This slide shows the equation to be solved from now on. Energy transition, as well as environment policy, necessitate large-scale investments. But at the same time, the tariff base is stagnating because of a slowing demand growth and an increasing decentralized generation. This should lead to a significant rise of networks use tariffs, when at the same time, TSO need additional funds to finance this investment. The financial balance of TSOs is now a key issue to maintain a high level of rating and attract funding at a reasonable cost. We must search keys to contribute to reducing tariffs and ensuring fundability of TSOs in an energy transition context. Among those keys, one may consider equity injections or a change of business model. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed for a very clear vision there at the end. Maybe one theme that we could start to kick around is the impact of decentralization. I think that everyone has touched on that from their different perspective. And to look at perhaps a little bit more in detail what the different participants think of the views of each other that have been shared this morning on that topic. So Claude, would I?
So I think why are the energy oligopolies really scared? Because of what happened in Germany.
You don't have your microphone closed.
Is it gone? Completely? Is it there?
You are too energetic.
Yeah, probably. So you have 4 companies in Germany dominating 90% almost of coal and nuclear and gas. The very same companies over the last 10 years had less than 5% of market share of renewables. Less than 5%. So who has invested in wind and solar and biogas in Germany? 35% farmers, 35% citizens, and the rest is some small and medium enterprises and some independent investors. So, which shows wind and PV and biogas don't need energy utilities. They are not needed. And that is the reason, of course, why EDF and others are now developing strategies. And I think the push also by European Commission to go away from small-scale investor-friendly feed-in systems into small-scale unfriendly systems of auctioning is already a move to try to bring power back to the power companies and to slow down the democratization of the system. And just one aspect where I disagree with Walter. When you say that in the Today 2020 package, the calibration between renewables and the ETS is not well done, you are wrong. Because Commission did in 2006 a PRIMES, and PRIMES is what it is, but it is the best tool. No, it's not the best tool, it's the only tool we have. So PRIMES had shares of renewables for 2011, 12, 13, 14. So what can we say today? So we have in the ETS market almost 2 billion CO2 certificates in excess. And when you go back to the modulation of primes, you will see that you can explain out of this 2 billion, 40 million of this is linked to excess of renewables over the simulation back in 2006. And that's what is really completely crazy. Now we are trying to fix ETS. And what is Commission doing? The 27% is such a low renewable target. And then you have no governance behind. What will happen? I promise you what will happen. There will be, as if we are not able to go beyond the 27 in October, then Germany, Denmark, Sweden, Ireland, Portugal, a next Spanish government, they will do a reinforced cooperation among themselves, and they will go beyond, because 27% is almost just business as usual. It is not ambitious enough. And the day where, and I think that's what will politically happen, and then the whole calibration of ETS is bust. So with the only way to have a somewhere well-organized price signal in ETS is that you have to fix a realistically high enough binding renewable target for all governments, because otherwise you cannot anticipate at all how much renewables will be in the market and how much the spillover will be in the electricity system. And the crazy thing is that everybody who has a bit dig deep into this knows this, but still under the pressure of the Margaret Group and Poland and Cameron, basically they want to go only to this very shallow 27% of renewables. And they will have a huge problem in ETS afterwards, but they don't care. They really don't care.
Would anybody from the floor like to comment on the future of ETS before we go back to the panel on other topics related to decentralization? Yeah.
I'm Claudio Marcantonini from the Florence School of Regulation. I work on climate policy. I have a quick comment on the EU ETS. Is that I think it was a big misunderstanding on the functioning of the EU ETS, in the sense that the system, the ETS is a cap and trade system. So you fix the cap and it simply reduce emission at the lowest cost. Now, what happened is that people expected that the UDS would support strong innovation in low-carbon technology. This did not happen just because the system is not designed for that one. The system is simply designed to reduce emission at the lowest cost. What happens is that there was a crisis, the crisis has reduced the demand, and thus it was very cheap to reduce emission. If EU wanted to push for innovation in the short term, they should have opted for other instruments, such as a carbon tax or maybe like a strong regulation. But the system as such has worked because it simply reduced the emission at the lowest cost. And the cost was cheapest because we had the crisis, and the demand was reduced, and so the system itself, it has worked. Simply that people expected different goals from it. That's it.
Thank you. I think that's also a good illustration of how systems can deliver things we don't expect.
I think but the ETS gang, and I call them Catherine Day, Jos Delbeek, Vergote, Peter Vis, they sell ETS as the ultimate investment instrument into low-carbon technology. They sell it like that, and so they say we don't need a binding renewable target. We don't need any governments on renewable. We don't need anything on efficiency. Everything, all investments in buildings, in wind turbines, will be triggered by EU ETS. And I think they are wrong. And sometimes I ask myself, they should know themselves that they are wrong. But why are they continuing to push their baby?
Perhaps because it is their baby. That's difficult to kill your own babies. I see actually a lot of hands going up and down. We are scheduled to stop at on time for lunch. We have another 5 or 6 minutes. But let me just, can I just ask maybe the panel just to react to some of the remarks on decentralization, what that could mean. From the regulatory point of view, we already have in the third directive a provision that should allow for mutual recognition of supply licenses. So in fact, the idea that an Italian consumer could buy electricity directly in Austria, that should actually be possible, but that part of the directive remains a bit dormant. And is that something you think that regulators should be picking up and running with? And what would that mean also for the design of transmission systems if we saw more cross-border shopping in that respect?
I think that works here. I mean, on the sort of cross-border retail, yes, I mean, there's no law prohibiting cross-border retail, but the problem is that the technical standards that are today used to communicate between market participants, the data formats and the procedures for supplier switching, even the format of the bills are so different, so that if you want to sell electricity to small consumers cross-border, there's an excessive burden. Now, if you are a country with 40 million electricity consumers, it's worth going through the process, signing 200 different contracts with different DSOs to agree on data exchange, learning how the data formats work and how the process are handled in a country. But if you go into a smaller country with maybe 2 or 3 million end consumers, of which you might get 15 or 20%, realistically as a new entrant, it's just not worth it to be local there. So you want to sell cross-border, and here you need much more standardization. Now, what I wanted to sort of say to Claude, now, decentralized production is a reality in parts of Europe. We see many people who are willing to invest their own money in decentralized electricity production. We see other countries where they basically do it for the money because all the risk has been taken away and socialized and at a relatively high cost. it's a myth that a decentralized electricity system is cheaper than a centralized one. That's just not true. And you can calculate that because there are hours without wind and sun, and almost everybody still wants to have electricity even if there's no sun. So you need to have an infrastructure to transport all the decentralized electricity somewhere where it might be needed during the hours where you don't need it, and you need the infrastructure to transport all the electricity down to the consumers when their production units are offline. So the network actually gets more expensive and the system gets strained. But it's a reality, and if people want to invest in it, so be it. I just think we shouldn't subsidize it because we are creating a relatively expensive system, an overall expensive system, and we will not get away from that for the next 25 years probably once we get there. So we should be quite careful the way we do this. If we can unlock private capital and people are happy to invest their own money, and many things people invest into are not fully meeting the cost-benefit analysis. I spend a week of vacation somewhere, I don't do a cost-benefit analysis, I just go there because I like it. I want to have a photovoltaic panel on my roof, fine, I buy one. I know it's not really commercially viable, but I don't care. I want to contribute to, a better world, a greener world, so I spend some of my money that I have as an excess. That's perfectly okay. But don't have the illusion that it will overall reduce system cost, it will increase system costs. But nonetheless, why shouldn't we do it?
Thank you. Olivier, would you like to comment on increasing system costs?
Yes. Concerning TSO, the decentralized energy, I see three issues: a geographical issue, a technical issue, and a finance issue. So concerning the geographical issue, as I told, more decentralized energy doesn't mean less grid. It means more the development of the transmission network. And this is why, for instance, RTE, like other TSO, took part in the RGI, the Renewable Energy Initiative, to show that the development of renewable energy needs also the adaptation and the development of the transmission networks. Second, the technical issue. As I told, there is now a challenge to develop to deal with the intermittence in the power system, so we need to bring more intelligence in the power system. And then, concerning the financial issues, more decentralized energy means that less energy is brought from the transmission system to the distribution system. So this means that the basis of our tariff coming from the distribution network is decreasing. And so this means tariff increase for others and, for instance, for big consumers. So this is a real issue, as I told, the design of the business model, of the present business model.
Thank you. And of course, in some countries, big consumers don't pay transmission tariffs, so the business model is certainly under threat. There were some more observations from the floor. Any other questions from the floor at this point?
Just Peter Kaderiak from Budapest Corvinus University, and just contrasts the question to Claude. Why don't you want to allow some flexibility for member states to choose from technologies how to go for climate objectives? So why do you think really it is so important to have obligatory targets in renewables instead of allowing Germany to go faster, allowing Poland to go slower, and maybe go for more energy efficiency instead of expensive renewables? I just can't figure out why technology is so important once we want to go for climate objectives. I ask this because I think in the last decade it turned out that the European way of promoting renewables has been quite a disaster and was very expensive and was not a non-regret policy as compared to some other regions globally. So that's why I just don't.
So of course, so have renewable support schemes be a disaster? In Denmark, are they a disaster in Denmark? I think they pay, what is it a disaster in Austria? No, I think it's, where is your cost below 1 cent or euro cent? Or a bit more? No, but in Denmark, I think it's 1.5 to euro cent, and I think that's only fair in a market which is unfair. Because, come on, coal doesn't pay its price for pollution, nuclear doesn't pay for anything. So you have a distorted market, and if you want renewables, you need some support for it. So, and of course there were errors. And the biggest, and I think the single biggest error was nobody had foreseen the combination of Lehman Brothers and China. What happened in Spain is, I was told that after Lehman Brothers, there was a huge bunch of dollars flowing in seconds over the Atlantic and going into Spain because they wanted to go out of the financial market and into something secure. And afterwards, we were all surprised by that China had so massively invested and that they were able, that's the price for PV. Good, and then I think that was the biggest error, was the inflexibility of national governments to react to these two phenomena, and the prices should have been cut much quicker. Why we need a certain rigidity in planning? I think it's because of the cost optimization when it comes to grid. It's because of the calibration of ETS. If there is the package which is now on the table, will have as a result that you cannot calibrate ETS because you do not know, you will not know, even not tentatively, how much renewables and efficiency will affect how much the ETS market. And that's a huge problem. And second is grid planning. I think if we want grid planning, and the third is cost optimization. Who will buy cheap Portuguese, Irish, Greek, I don't know, Bulgarian or Spanish solar and wind in a system where there is no national targets anymore? Who will buy this electricity? The potential in Portugal has already today days or months where they have 90% of renewables. So Portugal will stop at a certain moment, even if there is cables or around the Pyrenees, because on the other side there's nobody who is obliged to buy the renewables. And so what I'm most what angers me most is we designed a system where we have cooperation mechanisms. And instead of now trying, and there is these talks between Ireland and UK, 5 gigawatt from Ireland to UK, we have talks between Luxembourg and Germany. So the first cooperation mechanisms are now filled with life. And in that very moment, Barroso just gives in to Eurelectric and Margaret Group and just kills completely the thing. And he has no answer. I once a week, I said to somebody, should I have a meeting with Catherine Day so that she can explain me the new governance model? I was told, there's no use to have a meeting with Catherine Day. There is no governance model. And I think that's the problem. And maybe just to Walter, I never say that renewables will come up with lower system costs than the others. But all those who argue that other systems will be cheaper, having a nuclear system, having a coal-based system, come on, Eckhart Tip. So I did some statistics in my sports studies. All these extrapolations of costs of the electricity system 2050, if you integrate the statistical error, you can show that a fully renewable-based system, a fully coal or fully nuclear system, the costs are the same for the system, but we have another cost, which is the risk for society. Fukushima, coal, climate, And in that respect, we know for sure that going now for the renewable technology, which is a low-risk technology, will be for societies, at least in that respect, much less risky and costly than a nuclear system or a coal-based system. And that's what drives me in my agenda.
Thank you very much. Jean-Michel, did you want to comment again on anything? You raised a finger.
But I can say something. Ah, oui, I have a microphone, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's about disruption. I think that a large part of the future is unknown. And I would like to remember just pieces of the past. Electronic cigarette. Well, stupid, it will never work. It's not a cigarette. It's okay. My own president is smoking electronic cigarette. He has the same age like me. Another example of the same. When I did enter here, so 2008, what was a website? Business card. A course is given in the classroom, research is done in the office, the website is a business card. What is tomorrow, which is a bit today, tomorrow, a website? It's not a website, it's an online platform. You teach there. But as you teach through it, you do not teach the same way. You have an editor of the teaching because you have to record, you have to cut, you have to make it intelligible, attractive. It has to be coupled with questionnaires, quiz, homework, exams, notes. You may think that it is visionary. It is not. Look at The Economist yesterday, 2 days ago, front page. What do they say inside? They say, well, the cost of a good master was 4,500. A typical Erasmus master, I did create an Erasmus with Ignacio, 4,500. The cost will go down to 1,500, given this new way of producing masters. Whoa, 3 times less expensive. So you may think that a part of the I won't say consumer, a part of the audience will shift to the cheaper master. Will the cheaper master be of a lesser quality? It's very unlikely because we know that all the big universities with big names will sell 2 different masters. A master's when you do networking, so you have a roommate with whom you will produce your future expansion. So they are Harvard, MIT, Stanford, Berkeley, Cambridge, Oxbridge, anything you want. And they will use the old way of teaching, and they will also produce the new way of teaching because they have money enough to create something. And the creation of an online course is we are doing one, 250 for us. For them, maybe 400. But 400, it's not that much if you have 1,000 people registering. This is disruption. 5 years ago, it did not exist. Today, we have millions of prosumers. They are prosumers, so they have a lot of money at stake. It is not, let's say, my brother. My brother is well defended by Monica. Because my brother is not convinced at all by everything we do, us. But he's protected by Monica. But the prosumer is Bavaria, is middle class. It's a guy having a BMW and a lot of money. Are these guys responsive to money signals? Eh bien, stay seated. Catherine Wadhams in UK shows that the less money you have, the less sensitive you have to prices, because of the difficulty of understanding the process and the risk you think you are taking by moving. That's totally counterintuitive. And in Berkeley, they did the same with the rich. They got from one company all the individual record of production and declaration of PV installation and self-generation. That's incredible. The richer you are, the best you respond to price signal. Why? But Of course, if there is a plus signal, you are not stupid. Even if it is only 1,000, 1,500, you will move. So we do not know the future. We cannot say that in the future, prosumers won't move, they will stay quiet, etc. And the last anecdote, one of my relatives, one of my friends, as being, let's say, in a company entirely involved in transmission business, he is convinced that the business to open is interactive tool for prosumers. He's totally convinced. On a market base, he's willing to do if you want me to tell it differently. That's my point.
Thank you. So there's a lot of change occurring. It's now time to think about moving to lunch. But before we do that, and before I thank the panel in the traditional way, perhaps it's also worth thinking that here we are, speaking English as the lingua franca, continental English. Maybe if we have this seminar in 10 years' time, we will be thinking that English is no longer an official language, but the good news is that maybe Scottish will become an and I would like, as a Scot myself, I would like to assure you that the transition from English to Scottish might not be so painful. And to do that, I have summoned up via the internet the words of a very great Scottish poet called Robert Burns. And Robert Burns was also very partial to a great Scottish drink, which isn't tea, I'm afraid. And one night when he was coming home from his local hostelry, his local inn, he happened to step on a nest of mice. And when he did that, he was sober enough to write a poem, which has become an extremely famous poem, and it's called To a Mouse. And I'm not going to read it all to you, because some of it is really hard for me as a Scot to understand. But there's a few lines that are very famous and reflect, I think, very well on how we look at the future. And he starts off apologizing to this little mouse that he stood on with the lines I think Claude will like. I'm truly sorry man's dominion has broken nature's social union. I think that's maybe something we should all agree on. And you can see this is Scottish, so it's we can understand it, so don't worry too much. But of course, then he goes on to reflect that he's here for some time and the poor mouse is passing very quickly, and he says, but mouse, thou art, know thy lane, improving foresight may be in vain, because the mouse built the nest in the wrong place. The best laid schemes of mice and men go aft a guy. That's Scottish for saying often go wrong. And those among, and leave us naught but grief and pain for promised joy. But still thou art blessed, the mouse, compared to me. The present only touches thee. But oh, I backward cast my eye on prospects drear, and forward, though I cannot see, I guess and fear. So that's some Scottish for you. So I hope you will not be too scared by the longer term future from the language point of view. And I can offer you some more Robert Burns poems to help the transition. So I'd like to thank everybody on the panel for looking at life after 2014. And let's give them a round of applause for all their efforts. Thank you very much. Lunch is now served in the same place.
Slides too. Yeah,
slides.
2 slides.
Me too, I have.
And they know.
They know.
Yeah, they know.
It's already,
So
I mean, I've seen.
you do not have slides. I do not have
I don't have
slides.
slides.
You do not. Then all the others have.
Look at my slides. What am I presenting?
Yeah.
There are only 2, so it's not so difficult. But
still, it's better to check out.
better, yeah.
Should we start? Do you hear me? Yeah. With the permission of Jean-Michel, I shall open the session, okay? Thank you, Jean. So this is the third and difficult session, I mean the sleepy one usually, on how did the objectives and practices of the regulators evolve while the internal energy market progressed. The panel here is made of the former or since the beginning regulators, 4 former and 1 since the beginning, in the sense that it's still fighting. And so we all know how we started. Then the 4 of us have turned spectators, and something we know, something we don't, and we have changed the point of view. The question we have to debate here, how did the objectives and practices evolve, is somehow, in my view, ambiguous in the sense that evolution depends on the initial conditions. And the initial conditions were very different. I've tried to map out 3 basic types of initial conditions. One is the one that we are not going to discuss. It is the initial conditions of the English case, the UK, or better, England and Wales regulator started 10 years before all of us in a very special context, the context of a very radical policy change in favor of liberalization, away from the government-owned national champion, and the policy architect of this change became the first regulator. So there was one sort of personal identification between the political action that opened the space for the regulator and the regulator himself. The interesting aspect, of course, we are not entitled to discuss the evolution of that particular case, but we know something about it. And we know that there was a founding phase, very radical. The conditions allowed that, because there was a complete identification of the political will with the entering of the regulator into the scene. Then there was a consolidation phase when the electricity and the gas regulator were joined in a substantial continuity, but then there was some correction. The electricity market was radically reformed. And I remember in the beginning, the basic idea of the regulator was that its duty was to promote competition. So it should not take social aspects and environmental aspects into consideration. It was none of their business. This was changed when the government changed it in 1997. So there was some adjustment, and so, but substantial continuity. That is one type. The second type, if I understand it correctly, but I have people who can correct me here, is the Nordic and Dutch trajectory, marked by continuity. Regulation was already there, but it took a new aspect with the liberalization and the European turn into the idea of the internal market. And particularly the independence of the regulator was a new step that was not in the model before and came into life. And then the third type, which is the one that I know best, of course, is the southern experience, where the regulators were created as one of the aspects of the overall decision to be done with the monopoly, open competition, and build the European internal market. So the regulators were created with the idea of having something new, but there was one aspect that was radically different from the British experience. There was no massive divestment and privatization. So it was new water in the old container, in a way, which made the task more puzzling and stimulating. There was some contraposition between the regulator and the incumbent company. There was some, of course, partial divestment, some partial privatization, but there was a tension between the idea of competition and the practice of a market that did not easily go towards a competitive arrangement. Inevitably, the introduction of this new actor was enthusiastic in the beginning and gave rise to some bounce back, some regaining position of the old rationale. Tensions between the regulator and the ministry, tension between the regulator and the incumbent company. This is the common, I believe, story of Spain, Portugal, Italy, and Greece. These three types are fairly clear to me. I am not in condition to allocate the other experiences, the small countries and the very large countries who created the regulator some years later, into very neat and clear slots. But I imagine that some characters of these types are common. So this is the map, in my view. And then we had this evolution. For the evolution, I only want to underline one aspect. it has been important in the evolution, the reciprocal influence among regulators. This is a very European story. The evolution included a strong interaction between regulator in one country and regulator in another country. And the fact of setting up what was told at the beginning of this day, the Florence Forum and the Madrid Forum and the Council of European Regulators stressed the interaction. The target initially was liberalization and then became European market. And all happened with the strong consultation and confrontation among the regulators. This is more or less what has remained in this consolidation phase, which is perhaps less heroic and stimulating than the beginning. Beginnings are always easier from this point of view. And then the situation becomes a harder challenge. The interaction has one aspect that is very important in my view, and that distinguishes at least the energy regulators from all the other public administrations. Employees interact. The employees of the Italian regulators have constant relations with some employees doing the same work in the regulators of the other European countries, much more than ministerial employees. This is one character which has remained that I think is very important and distinctive. Now, then other issues come up, but I stop here. And I should like to ask the members of this panel to tell us whatever they like to tell, because the topic is very broad, but I add this question. Do you see this type of map as representing your experience, or maybe you have to integrate and correct and enrich it? So our panel is made by people you know, but Ignacio Perez Arriaga, Jacques de Jong, Peter Kaderiak, Walter Bolz. So it's 4 regulators and 4 positions active today, one in regulations and the other in the studies on regulation or in support of regulation. So still very much in the field. Ignacio.
Okay, good afternoon. In my 25 minutes, I will be... Less minutes? Okay, I will do it in 5, okay? I will try to join the origin, what George Vasconcelos was telling this morning about how the regulators started contributing to the internal energy market and the current times, or something about the evolution. So I fully agree with George that at the origin, regulators were really critical in making it work. It was bottom-up, as was well described this morning. The first topic that we had to address was cross-border trade. Without that the directive of 1996 in electricity and the 1998 in gas didn't give details, it would be impossible to implement trade. I think that the spirit of the times was that we were working for the construction of Europe. We were enthusiasts. It was a reduced number of idealistic regulators. The Council of European Energy Regulators was created afterwards, but at the beginning it was very easy to get consensus. There was very direct relationship with the other institutions, the transmission system operators, the European Commission. At the time, distribution and retail were not much of an issue. We were mostly focused on the wholesale market. We thought that it was going to be relatively easy, and we were very wrong. I mean, electricity markets, both retail and wholesale, they have proved to be complex markets to regulate, but we were not aware of all the difficulties that appeared afterwards, probably. And at that time, regulatory intervention, at least in the wholesale market, was not felt as necessary, so it was not heavy. And energy policy was loosely defined. It was common to listen at that time that Europe didn't have any energy policy. Well, I think that evolution and current times have shown us a different perspective. We have many more regulators now, a commission in every country, that required further organization, and I think that the spirit of consensus, easy consensus at the beginning, was lost. It is needed to have a more formal relationship between the different institutions, the different regulatory commissions, working groups, all that, and that brings more complexity. This is Europe. We have made a lot of progress in rules, as Walter was saying this morning, less in implementation, but implementation comes after the rules, so I think that there is no problem in that. For instance, in the implementation of the target model for wholesale market, we will do well. But we have seen that it is complex, that when we try to do something like balancing, it takes forever. That inter-TSO compensations we are discussing since the 1998, when we started making the first proposal here in the second Florence Forum, and we had some kind of tentative agreement. Well, we continue with the tentative agreement because we are not able to come up with a solution that is satisfactory. Now, times are more complex. We have larger transmission projects that we have to manage carefully. We have all this cost-benefit analysis and the priorities in the projects and all that, common interest, which is very well, but shows the complexity of the topics that we are addressing. And then we have capacity markets, we have, the integration of renewables, many things that we didn't consider in the early times that would be so difficult to regulate and implement. Retail and distribution has appeared as a major topic now. I think is the next revolution that is happening, and I think that it is the challenge for the current regulators to deal with that and not to be lagging behind reality. I think it's a great opportunity that was said this morning to lead that revolution and to be able that, Europe, we have the problem more than anybody else. We have all this distributed generation. We are deploying faster than anybody else the smart meters. So I think that if we do properly, we do well with regulation, we could be ahead of other parts of the world in developing these modern technologies and helping to create a level playing field for all these business models that are emerging. I am on both sides of the Atlantic, and I see that we have more of the problem, we have more of the meters and the distributed generation and all that, but we have less entrepreneurship and lots of startups trying to get advantage of all this new situation are appearing in the United States, much more than in Europe. So I think that this is a great area for regulatory activity that leads, and regulators are needed there more than ever. Regarding regulatory intervention, things have changed dramatically. Now energy policy is there, very heavy energy policy, driven by security of supply concerns and environmental impact. And I think that it is very good that Europe is adopting a long-term vision. We see the 2020 we have been talking about. We see the 2050 roadmap. We see transmission planning being done at European-wide level, something that is unknown of in a place like the United States. We have Acer. Many times I find myself saying, thanks God we have Europe. Because sometimes when you look at individual member states, Europe is very necessary. But that brings, at the same time, an excuse for the governments to enter into the terrain and invade the terrain of what should be the terrain of regulators. This is what people were saying just a moment ago about this tension between ministries and governments and independent regulatory authorities. And I think that policy, energy policy, and security of supply concerns and environmental concerns give an excuse to governments to intervene too much in many cases. In some cases, dramatically, like the case of Spain, where the regulatory authority has been dismantled with the resounding silence, almost complete, of Europe. But I have also the positive experience. I've been a regulator also in Ireland, and I've seen how the state of law is respected fully, and that the regulatory commission is fully independent. So we have lights and shadows in Europe, and I think that we have to learn from the lights and try to bring some light to the shadows. With that, I end my 5 minutes.
Perfectly on time. Thank you. Jacques de Jong, you have a slide, right?
Yes.
Here it is.
Okay. Thank you very much for getting me on this panel, and I enjoy it. And I was challenged by Hugo Gill to come at least with one slide, so I have one additional slide. But let's say I want to give you also a personal reflection on my start as a regulator. I'm a policymaker. I was a policymaker from the oil crisis in 1973 up to the mid-1990s. And then I got involved in policymaking about energy market liberalization. And then we decided in the ministry that it would be good to have a regulator. Now, a regulator, do we want a regulator? No, hell, we don't want a regulator. This is only a guy that is interfering with our policy. But anyway, we went on, a regulatory authority had to be set up, and I was invited. I accepted reluctantly, because, you know, policy making is fun, but policy implementation, yeah, okay. But implementation policy making is also fun. So that is what I realized, but as the other colleagues were saying, it was much more complex than we thought. And, you know, it was about the networks. Only the networks. When we introduced liberalization, right from the beginning, generation was fully a free market. And we had a competition authority to take a look. But a free market, generation. And for supply, when we started immediately, large industrial consumers, free market. And then for the mid-segment, okay, 2 years later, 3 years later, and then for the retail market, there was a step-by-step process, allowing time for the regulatory authority to set up the mechanisms for access to the grids, and for coming with the rules, and coming with a methodology for the tariffs, and for the application of the RPI minus X. We copied the RPI minus X methodology from our friends in Norway, and we followed, let's say, also the British approach to handle these kind of things. Now, okay, so my ambition was, and I was quoted by saying that in a couple of conferences, that my ambition was to make myself superfluous as a regulator. Because when the market is there, it's for the market competition. And another element in that was that in the Dutch case, the energy market regulator more or less merged with a competition authority. So as an energy regulator, if you have to make yourself, or you think to make yourself superfluous, you don't have the problems that when you create a new bureaucracy that you want to maintain in business with this bureaucracy, because we were part of a wider family that was dealing with competition issues. Okay, that's the early days, and network regulation per se, my God, if you have started the whole thing, then it is dual administrative business. do administrative business. So, okay, then leaving again and all these kind of things. But policy making, and especially energy policy making, is unpredictable. And there are a lot of emotions involved. Now, my challenges, as I see it, let's say, for the next couple of years, and that are the 3 points that I would like to make: regulators and energy policy, Acer, and the regional dimension. On policy making, my God, it's when we started and we thought that the outcome of the market process was more or less acceptable from a societal point of view, and we had to push in that direction. But policy intervention, let's say, came in order, and Ignacio was referring to that. It had anything to do with climate issues. It had later to do with supply security issues. So this was more or less trying to disturb this whole ball game. Now, policymakers do not like regulators. They even hate them because they are standing in the way. And it is vice versa. So this interaction, and you see this interaction is still very strongly ongoing. And the interventions are increasing because, well, we all know that thanks to the success of the triple 20s in 2020 and the ongoing process up to 2050, the regulated market will increase based on the subsidy schemes for renewables. And the market, as it should be, we thought, is diminishing to quite some extent. So this brings us to the question, what is maybe the new paradigm between the state and the market? Now, the state, number one, is policy making, and implementing that policy might also be a regulatory issue. And the other thing is the market. Now, if you look at the electricity market as we have it today, then we see that basically in the wholesale market, there is at least one functionality in the wholesale market, and that is to manage effectively and economically day-to-day operations. We have a merit order for that, and that is working quite well, and that can be further improved. So markets are continuing in that area. But when it comes to giving the incentives for new investments, there is no different story. So the prevailing market conditions are not giving enough assurances, especially longer-term oriented assurances, for investors and their financiers in order to come forward with sometimes, most of the times, very capital-intensive technologies. And in order to get that thing going, the market does not bring that. So the state has to step in. This is what we see in the United Kingdom to a very large extent, where they are, let's say, turning back to the pre-1995 situation and more or less creating a single buyer in that context. And my good friend Dieter Helm then is even saying it's back to the old days of the CEGB. Okay, that's a little bit exaggerated. But this functionality of the wholesale market is only working, let's say, market-based on the operational side and not on the investment side. And that brings us to a reconsideration or a reflection or a rethink about this paradigm between the state and the market. And this is a big challenge that we are facing and that we have to take into account. That's my first remark. Second remark is about Acer. Cross-border trade. When I became involved in the Florence process, I didn't know what to do there. But then I realized, let's say, cross-border trade was an issue. And what I mentioned, the large industrial consumers in the Netherlands, when they had the chance, the first thing that they do was to buy electricity in Germany because it was cheaper than in the Netherlands, and that created immediately all sorts of congestions on the interconnectors. So this was basically immediately a big issue for the Dutch regulator. Unfortunately, there was no possibility to discuss this with a German neighbor because there was not a German neighbor. And on the German side, they say, oh, if you have a problem, you have to go to the Bundeskartellamt. And then we went to Herr Beuge, we had discussions with Herr Beuge, and he said, do you have a complaint? No, we don't have a case, we don't have a complaint, we have a problem that we want to discuss with you. Well, okay, It was not possible to move in that direction. Anyway, that is a lesson to be learned. And on this cross-border trade issues, then let's say this whole building blocks we're coming and we're developing in a very good dimension. And everything that is based on the third package with the network code is moving in a very nice direction. It is a tremendous achievement to do that, thanks to or despite of in my eyes, a crazy, complicated decision-making process, which is much too time-consuming and complicated as it could be. And I think, Alberto, it's a challenge for you that once the codes are there, because the codes, when they are published, tend to be already outdated, so you have to change it again. And this is a challenge for you to make the decision-making process much more effective than the original decision-making process in that aspect. But cross-border trade, ACER is for cross-border trade, period. ACER is for cross-border trade, like FERC is for cross-border trade in the US. So when people are saying, well, ACER is not the European FERC, they have right, let's say, but the focus is similar, and it will be useful both for electricity and for gas. And this morning, somebody else Peter was also making this point about what are the American lessons that we could make, that it would be useful to go in that direction. And the other remark that I would like to make on well, two small things. Market monitoring, I think this is also very useful for ACER, and they started to work on that basis, and they will have to continue on that. And the other thing is, and maybe that is not always sounding very nice, but barking, 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 barking. And if you're a watchdog, you can bark and you can bark and you can bark. But if you're not able to bite, the barking has no impact. Now, I wish that Alberto gets more mandate, more teeth to bite from time to time, and that means also that decisions have to be made by ACERs and not so much only recommendations and advice and opinions and so on and so forth. Europeanization is also a word that we have heard many times today, and when you're talking about the problems that energy markets are having, and the capacity issue, the remuneration thing is something that everybody then is shouting about. Europeanization, but what does that mean, Europeanization? Does that mean that we will have an all-EU fit mechanism in order to do that? We will never make that. It's impossible. So, and therefore, I very much believe in that we will have to go the regional way, regional approaches, and thanks God, the European Council is also becoming some wiser, because in its conclusions last week, they say the completion of the internal market has to go via regional approaches. Now, and that means, Peter, that we can have regionally fit solutions, yeah? Allowing a little bit more flexibility, of course, under a number of common guidelines, and some kind of an overseeing mechanism that has to come from the European Commission, and the boundary conditions. And we also have to realize that when we are going the regional way, this is not only about regulation. This is also about energy policy making. And this interaction, and as I said in the beginning, between policy and regulation will have to increase, and whether we like it or not, we will have to accept that. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. The first two speeches have been extremely condensed with a lot of issues clearly explained. I think we could stay and discuss much longer. We come back home tomorrow. There is plenty of material to be discussed here. Up to you, Peter.
Thank you very much, people. Also, thank you very much for inviting me to this excellent anniversary and to participate the panel. And well, I would just like to start with maybe saying that indeed I think European regulation was born largely to help the internal market process, as opposed to the US colleagues. I mean, their mandate was to regulate privately owned, vertically integrated utilities, and they delivered cost of service regulation as a response. I think for European regulators, really the reason to be born was more like promoting the competition. And I think there is a lot of progress here. We have discussed this, and I see, if we are talking about the future, that the internal energy market process will keep the regulators very busy in implementation. And really, my colleagues now really become hardworking public employees to implement all those guidelines and details for the internal market working that we haven't foreseen really when the process was indeed started. So I thought maybe it's very difficult to take the most important issues and future issues. So I try to maybe point to 3 or 4 that I think maybe the most critical ones. And I would just like to first follow up on one of the points that Jacques raised just now, and this is about barking and the role of ACER in the European regulatory framework. Now here, I think that we have to be very happy with ACER, and ACER has been done almost well. I'm sorry for this. I don't know what I do. So it was almost well, but I think in the last minute, the decision that ACER did not get the authority to go out and investigate in the context of its market monitoring activity, and it has no power to set fines if it discovers some market manipulation is a big mistake. And it is just like in this evening we will have the Germany-France match, and imagine that the referee discovers some problems, and instead of sending someone out from the field, will call the German association maybe to carry out an investigation on whether the German team was doing something wrong. So this is just not working. So I think, and I think this is maybe the place where you can make some recommendations which might not have some legal background, and might say whether this is completely crazy in the European context or not. But I would really say that ACER should get, if ACER got the market monitoring role, and if it invests a lot into human resources, and the industry is investing into human resources in this regard to set up a European market monitoring scheme, then a logical next step is to really allow ACER to do fully this job. I just put together some illustration. Now, for example, in Hungary, we see that at a wholesale level, Hungarian citizens pay €8 on average more for a megawatt hour of electricity than our neighbors in Slovakia and the Czech Republic. Why? Nobody knows the answer. There are some concerns around that some cross-border capacity is not there for use for traders, but well, the investigation is not there. So, and if you look at FERC, in just the first half of 2013, they went out and they established maybe $1 billion of fine for market manipulation in the wholesale level. So I think that's the power that maybe ACER should got. And now my second point would be on, and a little bit of continuation of the first point, is that if I compare the achievements regarding the electricity market versus the gas market, my impression is that while in electricity we have gone very far, in the gas market we have gone very far, but still the situation and the regulatory environment for the European gas market seems much more fragile, and the whole possibility of manipulating the European gas market is much higher. So I now have a US colleague at my research team, and he put together some analysis on the European gas market liberalization process. And from the outside, this really a little bit seems crazy. He says, of course, you are developing a spot market when you have abundance on the supply side. Now look at Europe with increasing import dependency, creating a spot market in gas. So that's a little bit of a risky venture. I very much support this, but but the figure here is from the work that Walter is coordinating in the context of the gas target model second version, which I mean illustrates that the rest of European hubs are clearly very much vulnerable for market manipulation today. So maybe TTF on the continent is the only marketplace in gas which can be considered as a reliable marketplace. So I think, again, Acer to be able to go out, look at strange price behavior on the gas market, as well as a fast implementation and a full implementation of the capacity allocation and congestion management guidelines, I think would be a real priority here, even I think even to forcing regional hubs to be created as a first step. Well, I think gas market and gas market-related regulatory activity has a special importance and relevance now on the European market. Not to talk about the time when it comes soon, when many of the still existing long-term gas contracts will expire for many countries. And I think regulatory thinking about how and what happens next and how the European gas market to look like after these long-term contracts are not there in the form as they are today, should be a very challenging topic for future regulatory work. Well, at a regional level, I fully agree with Jacques again that there is much to do here. I think national regulators really now have a chance to learn to cooperate better at the regional level in the context of the new infrastructure package and the PCI planning and implementation process. It's necessary to learn what cost-benefit analysis is about. I think my colleagues in Hungary are just learning at the regulatory office what is cost-benefit analysis, just to understand what we are talking about and what European policy is talking about, and to work out these cost allocation agreements to implement the projects, to discover special regulatory incentives to implement PCIs that was discussed yesterday by the Scientific Council, I think are issues that will and might move out from national regulators from their inside looking daily operations and hopefully will lead to more common action. In this regard, I don't think, or I would say the overall overall output of the regulatory community has been quite mixed. I mean, in regional cooperation. So I think we have many potential mechanisms in the present regulation, like creating regional risk prevention plans. In the case of gas, or the flexibility mechanism within the renewables directives, but I don't think that regulators has been creative and active enough to together with policymakers to make much use of those flexibility mechanisms. So I think there is a lot to do at that point. And at the NRA's level, my last point is something that has been mentioned so many times during today, so I don't want to spend much time on that. I say to myself, okay, you need smart grids, but to have smart grids, you need smart regulators. And what I see today is that, to a large extent, it is exactly the insistence on more traditional regulatory solutions that really create a barrier for creating smarter operators and grid companies. There are some very nice experiments already out there, decoupling solutions, but I think we are very far from shaping a smart regulatory framework for the future DSOs. That's the topic, I think, of Ignacio to create that. Maybe I stop here. So these are my priorities.
Thank you. Then we come back to you, because there is a lot of potential interaction between these presentations, but I should like first to complete the first round, and so give the floor to Walter Bolz.
Okay, as apparently the only surviving regulator since 2001, which is true. I mean, it's almost embarrassing to say I'm the longest serving regulator in Europe by now. So the question is, what did I do wrong? Instead of having, a nice career in consulting or academia, or I actually still have to work a lot every day.
See, your initials coincide with the World Bank.
Yeah, maybe I should go to Washington from time to time. Maybe they have
You
something.
have support.
So I thought that I would be giving you some insight in more of the, let's say, down-to-earth details of regulatory practice in, let's say, in 2001 and 2014. Now, when we started in 2001 or 2, I mean, I set up the regulatory office in Austria, and then 2002 we liberalized everything, electricity, gas, all the way down to the household consumer. And what were the issues? The issue was structural issues. Of course, you had very concentrated markets. You had 100% market share of the regionally dominant incumbent. So something had to be done about that, and that was similar in many other countries. You had countries where there was a single big company, and obviously within the single big company you can never create competition. There was this issue of non-discriminatory treatment. So we talked about unbundling, organizational unbundling. I mean, accounting unbundling was there, but I mean, accounting unbundling is something that the accountants do after the company has discriminated against everybody, and then somebody picks apart the numbers. So operational, organizational unbundling, that's the issue. So that's when we started. Today, it's not such a big issue anymore. I mean, it has been achieved in many countries. It was the issue of fair prices, so how really expensive is the network versus ancillary services versus the commodity. Something that in the old time, in the integrated companies, nobody really cared about. But of course, once somebody wants to have access to the infrastructure built by company A, they find out, oh, this is horribly expensive to operate this infrastructure. So having a proper pricing system for third-party access was a very big issue. It's no longer such a big issue. There are not that many, let's say in the EU 15, there are not many complaints about too high network charges, some, but not too many. Then, of course, the issue was communication. You had to get the consumer aware that there was liberalization. What the hell is liberalization? And what can I do with it? Of course, there was only free market for small consumers in a couple of countries in Europe, maybe 5 or 6, Scandinavia, UK, Germany, Austria. Then the Netherlands, I think, started with a green consumers, or consumers wanting green electricity, but not for the normal consumer. So it was a process where people tried out how could this really function. And then we started to slowly think about cross-border issues, individual transactions, or should you be charged for cross-border flows, pancaking, I don't even want to know how many times pancaking appears in regulatory documents. At that time, basically paying every time electricity crosses the border, although we know electricity doesn't cross many borders. It goes from the next power plant to the next consumer. But conceptually, you could say, oh, the electricity comes from far away, and so you need to pay every time you cross some border. So those were the issues. There was not a lot of scientific approach there. we were looking for quick wins. So I went out to distribution network operators, said, "Pooh, after looking at your numbers, I think tariffs could go down at least 10 to 12%. They were in panic, and we agreed on 7. It took me like 2 days, and that's where we were. Today, we have a regulatory system which we describe in about 40 pages. I need a regulatory economist and somebody with a professional statistical background to even explain to me what it exactly means and what's the consequence of a certain way to eliminate network operators with unusual cost characteristics from the whole sample of benchmarking, and what will be the result of this method versus the other method. So we have become very, very scientific. At that time, our decisions were maybe 15 pages. Now the decisions are 70 to 150 pages, plus annexes. So it's such a package. Where does this come from? It comes, well, on the one side, by everybody learning. The first time we talked to the distribution network companies about incentive regulation, they panicked. They thought, this will bankrupt them. Today, they have their own sort of regulatory departments. They hire the best consultants. And we send back and forth hundreds of pages of expertises on various things. And of course, we are much more structured, much more rational. Sometimes I think we are overdoing it because the poor judges who at the end have to determine who is right when we have a dispute, they have no clue what we are talking about. Very few people really understand this, except a few people in the regulated companies and a few people on the regulatory side, and maybe a couple of academics, but that's about it. The rest of the world is totally ignorant of what this regulatory practice has evolved into. Of course, at that time, we had purely national enforcement, and the industry had to adapt to the national situations, and they did this more or less, and depending on the skill of the regulator to manipulate the national governments, he was allowed to continue or kicked out when he put too much pressure on the industry. That's also one of the reasons why some of my colleagues didn't survive more than one term, because there was a big resistance from the industry and the governments gave in. And of course, at that time, we were focused on getting immediate results, so quick results. We didn't have the resources to go through protracted, long proceedings. There were not that many rules how such a proceeding would go about. And we have been forced to become very much sort of more administrative. I mean, an example from Austria, when I started, we had 20 companies where we checked the costs, 20 DSOs. Now we have 55. I mean, not that they have split, it's just that the threshold for regulatory direct assessment has been lowered, so that we have now basically half of the companies, even down to relatively small companies, which have to undergo the whole process, because we cannot treat them differently, which creates costs. And of course, at that time, independence in the directive was to be read as independence from the industry and not independence from government, which is a big difference. So it was in some way easier to achieve success because there was not a lot of knowledge out there. Nobody expected a highly scientific approach because many people in the industry may be different in countries which have a very big incumbent. But in 2001, I think not many, even the big companies, had this type of expertise. I do remember that after finally a regulatory office was likely to be established in Germany, the German companies came to Austria and tried to understand what the hell we did. Because they said, well, we need to prepare when Bundesnetzagentur eventually does get some competences and is established. So they really worked a lot ahead of time, but normally companies were more or less overwhelmed by this. So what has changed? Today there are no more quick wins. I think all the quick wins have been basically used and captured. So we have very long discussions about quite small measures. I mean, we can spend like 20 meetings discussing if there is a specific setup of investment incentives during the regulatory period, okay or not. and the result might be 0.3% difference in profitability, which in reality, it's not a big thing for a company normally. I think we are more scientific. We have many more legal procedures. In the first couple of years, I think I had not a single one. Then we had a big bunch of, and today people complain about things like, you know, a multi-sector utility where we say, okay, we split the overhead costs between swimming pool, network operator, public transport in the city, and so on, according to revenue. They complain about it, and they go not to the European court, but to the highest court in Austria. So we have to write probably 150 pages for that proceeding altogether for an amount of money in the range of below 100,000 euros. So sometimes you ask yourself, I mean, is anybody really better off with these sort of exaggerated level of detail? I mean, probably the regulator can manage better than the companies, because we do it all the time, and they only do it from time to time. But this is how the world has changed. Of course, one of the bigger changes is really cross-border markets. We have to think about cross-border market development. We have to coordinate many more things with cross-border. In the old days, we would say, okay, this is how we do it. Today, we have to read maybe 10 different places in the energy infrastructure package, in the third package, in various network codes. Then we have to consult our neighbors, maybe 2 or 3, when we, for example, establish bundled products in the gas market on the borders. I mean, we can't say we bundle products, or we say, okay, use it or lose it is applied, short-term use it or lose it. No, we have to consult them, we have to talk to ACER, we have to talk in the working group. So a lot more communication, a lot more sort of agreements need to be reached between people involved in the regulatory process. Then market design. The market design in the first round of cross-border market development was kind of implicit. Nobody really thought about market design. Today we have very elaborate discussions about market design, including capacity markets or not, renewable markets or not. We didn't have a sizable renewable share then, so many problems just didn't exist because you had a generation park and that was it. You had some subsidies here or there, but it was a stable system. So the market design discussion, which requires a harmonized approach across Europe, because this regional market sounds great, but in reality, there are not that many regions on the continent which could have different systems. Because, again, taking the example of Austria, we are connected to Germany. So anything that we do in market design cannot be different from Germany. Now, anybody who borders Germany cannot have a radically different market design than Germany. So basically, the market design in France, Italy, Netherlands, Belgium, Poland, Austria, Czech Republic has to be the same. Now, that doesn't leave a lot. Okay, you could say Bulgaria, Romania choose a different market design. You could say Cyprus uses a different market design. But, I mean, the regional Cyprus market is maybe not a major political concern for Europe. So the regional markets are not all that relevant, I think. And, I mean, it sounds easier, but in practice, it's not easier at all. And I think we are moving away from regional markets. The regional markets were a model used when there were no European rules, enforceable rules, and then there was no choice. And I remember sitting in Florence and saying, okay, we are stuck. We cannot agree on anything on the European level. So with Christopher Jones, at that time, he said, okay, let's go for regional markets. Mini fora was the term. So mini Florence fora everywhere on a regional basis. But today we have a set of rules, and if we implement them, we have the European market. Now, we might not have the European market immediately everywhere, because in some countries we might have trouble implementing the acquis, or it might take another 5 years before it's properly implemented. But they will implement, hopefully, almost the same system, and it will not be regionally different. So market design is a big issue. It has to be harmonized across the EU. It's a very big effort that's required, and you need a lot of convincing, because there is not a practical possibility to have this top-down, and because Peter mentioned before the gas target model. The first time I said 3 years ago in the gas target model debate, well, entry-exit systems should merge to bigger markets if they're too small. They almost kicked me out of the room. Now I hear some Central Western market responsible people are talking among themselves, well, shouldn't we merge the German market with some neighbors? So a lot of it is convincing. It's not prescribing it, because you find it very difficult to have a very specific legal basis. So like somebody, me, Alberto, telling these two countries you have to merge, that's very difficult. So the legal basis is almost not there, and it's difficult to create. But if you create the right environment, remove some obstacles, people, after having been exposed to this idea 20 times in meetings like this or in other places in Europe, they start thinking on their own, and if it's a good idea, it gets picked up. So more cooperation is necessary, more, let's say, thinking ahead and really analyzing the things, and we have probably a significant amount of more transparency than we ever had before. This has to do with monitoring exercises. The chart that Peter showed takes as a basis 100% of all OTC transactions in the gas market in Europe undertaken in 2013. So nobody can say, oh, this is not representative. It's every transaction that was in any organized market, in any brokered market, is included there. 2 years ago, I was in a difficult position arguing for things because market participants said, no, this is not true, and you cannot prove this. Now we have the proof. So the transparency is a very big step forward, and we will, with REMIT and other measures, become a market where we know pretty much on a detailed level what goes on. I think the only thing that's left is to make the right choices after we know what really is the situation. And I think this will require a lot of convincing, a lot of cooperation, and also a lot of scientific research, because sometimes the choices are getting very difficult. I mean, one of the reasons why many people are reluctant about capacity markets, that almost nobody in the world has ever managed to design a well-functioning, a medium-term well-functioning capacity market. So it's a much better strategy to shy away from it, because 80% of them will be total failures after a few years. So you shouldn't go for something that you're very unlikely to be able to design correctly. I mean, and if somebody like Ignacio would be able to do it, the politicians will definitely ruin it once they push it to parliament. So this is my contribution.
Thank you, Walter. Out of the many issues that have been raised, I should like to pick one and throw it back to my colleagues. Initially, we had the doubt that perhaps we should work to make ourselves superfluous, as Jacques said, or the idea that the regulatory business was going to be temporary, because once the competition had been set, it could have been the business of the competition authority to monitor it. Then, personally, I went into some doubts because I saw some functions that were too technical for the competition authority to be performed. I believe that our colleagues today, in operation today, do not have this doubt. Everybody takes for granted that the regulation is here to stay, and in fact, the regulators have kept growing in numbers of employees and in number of decisions, and in the length of the decisions and the complexity of the decisions themselves. So I think it is legitimate, and even it is sound to ask ourselves, hasn't regulation gone too far? Or, if I can be provocative, isn't the Spanish episode a sort of an alarm signal that maybe some pressure from outside is necessary? I know I am provoking. Ignacio, if you wish.
There is very easy answer to the Spanish case. It's a sign of what is going on, unfortunately, in my country, where politicians believe that because they have won an election, they can put anybody in any job, and that includes the Commission, and if they cannot do it directly because there is a law, they abolish the law, create another institution that has even less power, and put their friends there. This is exactly the case. So it is beyond, much beyond what is regulation. Regarding the tension between the ministries and regulators, I think that regulation is becoming more and more complex, and therefore the role of regulators, is forever. I think that the art of regulation is trying to make it as light as possible. So I was, from the very beginning, talking about the need for capacity markets, and I think that there are ways, heavy ways of implementing capacity markets and smarter ones. Walter was saying that there is no capacity market that is working fine. Well, I think that this approach of reliability options that was developed for Colombia and has been applied now in New England and more or less adapted in other places is a fairly good choice in which you can use the tool only if needed. If you design it properly. It is through an auction, so that, again, it's a market-based instrument. And you get some benefits for the consumers because, you incentivize being available when needed, which is what really you want with reliability. So, this is the struggle to move from ill-designed methods that require a lot of intervention of the regulator to tell how much capacity every generator has and how much it will be remunerated and all that, to methods where the agents themselves are revealing how much capacity they could contribute, and the price is determined by a market mechanism. So I think this is the way to go. Try to make regulation slim and clean as much as possible, but if there is an underlying market failure or some energy policy that has to be implemented, regulation will be needed. And regulation for networks will be always there.
Yeah. Reflecting on what Ignacio is saying, his last statement, I think, is correct. When you have networks that have a monopoly, then you require a regulatory authority in order to preserve that there are no windfall profits or whatever, and that customers are paying the right price for the service. A network, and especially a transmission system network, and to a large extent that may also be the case increasingly for distribution system networks, they are having a functionality in managing the system. Now, managing the system is also something that is part of the monopolistic activity, so that requires also some kind of regulation, maybe not so much on the cost, also on the cost and the price that you pay for the service, but also on the conditions that are applied in order to balance the system. Now, your example on capacity and capacity payments, if you think that you need to arrange for assurances that there is sufficient backup capacity in the system in order to maintain system integrity, this is part of the regulatory process. And there are various ways and means in order to arrange that, and we haven't seen yet, let's say, the final outcomes of all the possibilities are there. So much more can be done in that context. If you want to have a capacity payment mechanism in order to incentivize new investments into new plants, because then you may preserve, let's say, generation adequacy, which is something different in my mind than system adequacy, then you have a different situation. where you might say, well, this is something that maybe is much more for a policymaker a relevant thing than that there is a regulatory involvement. And it is, let's say, this balance and the gray areas in between. And the solutions that are taken at national levels are very different. I was always amazed to hear that there, also in my times, that there were regulators that were involved in implementing subsidy schemes for renewables. My God, is this a task for a regulator? No, I would say this is not a task for a regulator. And I was also facing in my times questions whether or not I would be willing to discriminate on access conditions for the grids, depending on the technology choice. That included also industrial cogenerations that came to me and that asked for a preferential treatment. And I said, well, you say, because they said, well, there is a political desire to promote the development of cogeneration. I'm not talking now on windmills, but just take a gas plant, a gas facility, industrial gas. There's political desire because it's much more energy efficient, blah, 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 blah. So you have to promote it and you have to give them a preferential treatment for the access to the grid. I said, but this is not in my mandate. It is not in the law. But you can interpret the law in a way that you know, that would facilitate it. I refuse to do that. And I said, if you want to change it, you have to go to the minister or you have to go to parliament and ask for a change of the law. So let's say, what is the balance that you are taking in these approaches? So, and then comes the problem, I think, Walter, because you were referring to that when regulator A is able, let's say, to be involved in all sorts of implementing schemes that are subsidizing new plans or new technologies, and regulator B is not involved in that, and when you then have a community of regulators, and that the community of regulators, be it the CER or whatever, ACER, comes with statements that is saying, hey, we need to promote more solar, or we need to promote more wind, and so on and so forth. And if you're doing that, you have to follow A, B, and C when it comes to an implementing mechanism. And then when you're a regulator that does not have a mandate to be involved in it, then he gets a counterproductive reaction in his own country. So this is also something that people have to be aware of.
Thank you. We have eaten up our time, so I pray Peter and Walter to have very short messages.
Reacting to your question, I think regulation will stay for a long time, at least until you choose for a decentralized system. On one hand, I more and more appreciate the role of independent regulation with regard to investment, new investments. You see the importance here, especially when independent regulation is broken down, and how negative it is for new investment to come. And you see positive examples, not an EU member, but if you look at Turkey, you can appreciate the role of independent regulation to bring massive amounts of new investment if you have a proper regulatory scheme in place. So I think very good and very bad examples can prove that independent regulation in a decentralized scheme is inevitable. And the other thing is, again, market oversight. So again, you can experiment with soccer without a referee, and just to say, okay, you should play after reading the rules. But if maybe after a while it becomes, or it runs into a chaos instead of a nice game. So I think referees will be around.
Thank you.
I can be quite quick. I think as long as we have a very decentralized responsibility for many aspects of energy policy, but we still want to have a European market and push some European policies, we will need regulation. Probably if we would include energy in sort of the EU competences as a total area, we could live with a moderately sized European regulator and some regional monitoring and maybe some regional tariff setting. But I don't think this will happen, at least not in my lifetime. Maybe in the next generation, and I mean, also in the US, we are far from that. So I think as long as we have these decentralized systems, decentralized competences on many areas, and the desire of politics to push through many things in a coordinated way, this combining of centralized goals like renewables, like harmonized systems, and decentralized competences does require an instrument to implement all those things, and those are the regulators.
Thank you, Walter. I apologize towards Ignacio's panel because we have gone beyond our borders. So
they never stop.
So perhaps we should jump ahead of the floor questions and go straight into the next panel to keep the time. Thank you.
Grazie mille, carissimo.
Okay, don't be shy. Come forward. So good afternoon. This is the last session of today. And for that session, we are coming back to the Florence School of Regulation. That is the topic of this panel. I look around and I am the Jurassic person in this panel. Okay, that's my role. I've been here from the very beginning. So I will start by telling you some grandfather stories about the origins of this place. But we have to talk also about the future. And for that, we have this panel. We have Jean-Michel, who is the past, the present, and the future of the Florence School of Regulation. We have Matthias Finger, who heads is the leader of the transport area here at the Florence School of Regulation, with lots of new ideas, and is like the intermediate generation. Then, because of the leadership of by Jean-Michel, and in coincidence with the chair of Loyola de Palacio, research has emerged here at the Florence School, and Leonardo is a good representation of the research that has been done during a number of years here. And then, well, we are exploring new areas, and well, Annika has been doing a lot of things here at the Florence School and in the chair, but now she's leading the revolution that we are trying to come to bring to the training of regulation, and she will be talking about that with some support from a surprise presenter here, Anne Baguette, that will be introduced by Annika. So I go back to the catacombs, the old times. I remember that was April 2000 when I was finishing my term as commissioner, and I had a dinner with Jacques de Jong and George Vasconcelos and Pipo Ranchi in a restaurant. I think it's called Il Franciscano or something like that in Santa Croce. And they invited me to teach a course on regulation. And a couple of weeks later, I did some experiment with the Italian authority, and I was teaching a course for 1 week. But then we thought of a course that was taught for the first time in Mallorca in 2002 for 2 weeks, co-directed by Rudy Hagbord from the Dutch Regulatory Commission. Very intensive 2 weeks, and very heavy rain also during almost all the time. So that was the first time, and the course was 2 weeks, and of course only presential, no e-learning, nothing like that. Then we continued, but the next year we thought that a most appropriate place would be Florence, and that was 2003. In 2004, we repeated that again, but that was within the Florence School of Regulation that had been created. So that was one of the components, maybe at that time the main activity that we were doing at the Florence School of Regulation. So it was created, and the course has finished just a few weeks ago, the 13th edition. So we started in 2002, and we have been repeating that course every year. In 2006, we introduced some revolution, and again, that was led by a woman, Francesca Davoli. I don't know if she's around. Okay, there. So we thought that this thing of trying to cram up all what we knew about regulation in 2 weeks was a bad idea, because people were overwhelmed by the information, and we thought that should be distributed in time, as the staff from the regulatory commissions, although they would love it, could not stay here for, let's say, 6 months. We decided to introduce e-learning. So we had 1 week presential, e-learning in the middle, and then presential again at the end, another week. The first time that we did that was in 2006. And then, well, it was shorter. Now we got some additional material to do this thing. And then we have been repeating that every year. And during the last 4 or 5 years, we have stabilize the procedure and with small changes also the instructors. And so this is what we have, and this is the origin of one important activity at the Florence School. I must say that we have been remembering names here. I think that we have to remember, as I said before, Rudy Hackworth, Ilaria Galimberti, who was also co-director of the course in the second edition, Francesca Davoli, as I said before, that was replaced later by Ernesto Bonafé, and then Madalena Moss and Hugo Hill, who is around also, I guess. Yeah, there. Okay, and that has made the course to increase in quality and supervision of the students, and I think that we have a very good product there. Our learning is giving way to new initiatives, as Annika will be presenting. And also, of course, we have been growing in areas. So we started with energy, we continue with energy, but under Jean-Michel, we have expanded to energy law and policy, climate, communications and media, transport, and very recently, water. So I think that, as we don't have that much time, I will say something about the FSR of tomorrow. And I think that, first of all, we have to adapt to the times, and e-learning is, well, kind of up to date, but we have to go beyond that. And this is, we are thinking of a massive, not thinking, we have implemented almost a massive online open course for regulation, open to the world. And I think that this is a very bold initiative, but one that will put the FSR where it should be. We don't have to forget the old times. So some recommendation that I would make now in public, kind of improvising, is that we have heard today a lot about history, about the old stories, how regulation has been evolving with time. I think that we should not lose that memory, and that should be written somehow. I don't know if Hugo was the one who gave me this idea, that, but I think that with some funding coming from somewhere, funding is always the less of a problem, we should have somebody, let's say one of these PhD students at this university, who could write the history of how regulation has evolved since the beginning of the internal energy market until now, and have that written. The protagonists of all that have been many of them today here, so interviews. So I throw that idea. I think that it's a valid one, and we should not lose the memory of what has happened. The second one, well, the third one is I think there is a challenge that we should keep in mind. It looks like very foreign, but I don't think it is. And it is a challenge for the Florence School of Regulation, is to enter into regulation of universal energy access. As everybody knows, 1.4 billion people don't have electricity, and many more have very poor access to electricity. That represents a big challenge in technology, regulation, social sciences, many things, but regulation is one of them. And I think that of course, we don't have that problem in Europe, or almost. But European companies should be involved in that. And the European Commission made a commitment to take care of 1/3 of the problem. And I don't think that the European Commission is going to send their employees to solve the problem. It will have to be the private investors, the companies in Europe, who will do that, right? So I think that we should take care at this school of thinking of some courses, some training, some thinking on the ways of regulation to provide electricity and modern energy services to those who don't have that. So I throw these challenges for the next period, and with that, I pass the word to our boss.
When I was, let's say, 30, 31, I did discover the manufacturing with no error and no default. I was not believing it was possible. And now it's not everywhere. We call it Japanese manufacturing. But 15 years later, I did discover the office with no paper and no drawer. and we did call it Californian office. And now what you are going to discover with us, it is a school with no classroom and no teacher. Sam. Energy in Europe is still today facing great challenges. How to get secure enough supply, how to get environment-friendly enough energy, how to get a competitive enough European-wide market. Today, we still substantially depend on imported fuels, while our internal market is not completed.
Energy policy and climate policy will always be intertwined. Energy is a major source of the greenhouse gas emissions caused by mankind, which contribute to climate change.
Florence School of Regulation is bringing together academics and regulators and other people from the world of practice. Today, Florence School of Regulation is a reference point for EU energy and climate policy.
If you want to make markets work, and I think the Florence School of Regulation knows that better than anyone.
Thank you very much to the Florence School of Regulation, not only for arranging this today, but I also know that you're putting quite some emphasis on climate change.
The Florence School of Regulation, an important institution in our energy policy in the European Union.
At Florence School, we have three core activities: research, policy debate, and training. They combine with each other to advance knowledge in European energy and climate policy.
Lawyers, engineers, economists and social scientists work together to tackle challenges from a multidisciplinary perspective. Researchers at Florence School of Regulation have published more than 290 pieces of work over the past 5 years. These include books, working paper series, articles in peer-reviewed journals, policy reports, as well as the shorter policy briefs, most of which is available online in open access. We are also involved in editing a number of journals, including Economics of Energy and Environmental Policy, of which Professor Glachant is the editor-in-chief. Professor Glachant has received the annual prize from the European Association of the Electricity Industry for his personal achievements in research on the European internal energy market and energy and climate policy.
Florence School is no ivory tower. We are more a bridge linking theory and practice. We offer a forum where academics, industry, policymakers, regulators, the whole civil society can meet, exchange ideas, and create a common knowledge.
I've always wanted to maintain my involvement with the school because I think it offers an excellent opportunity for discussing and debating policy and regulatory issues, current and future, in an open and neutral environment among policymakers, regulators, and stakeholders.
At Florence School of Regulation, we have over a decade of experience providing training to professionals. Today, the school also integrates blended learning in the form of live webinars, of interviews, of streaming of public events, and video lectures. We provide lifelong learning through residential and remote courses, both live and on demand, open access and premium, subject-specific and tailor-made, thus ensuring that both present and future generations of energy professionals are informed for today and for tomorrow.
Okay, thanks. Maybe a little bit of difficult transition to transport, but maybe not that difficult at all, because actually I'm an energy regulator since 2007. I'm a member of the Swiss electricity regulator. But here at the Florence School, I'm in charge of the transport area. And the transport area, I want to make a few presentations. The transport area could build thanks to the experience and the leadership of the energy area, and we could build on that. We started in 2010, and hopefully in 2020 we can also celebrate the 10th anniversary of the... So in order to how we want to get there, I will have 2 slides just on the transport area, and then I have 1 slide on the bigger picture, the Florence School as a whole, the cross-cutting issues of which there are many. So I'm told. Okay. So what is the transport area? We do transport regulation and transport regulatory policy. In the main transport modes, we have started with railways, air transport, urban public transport, maritime transport, and we also do postal and delivery services, logistics. As I said, we started in 2010, and we have held since then successful sort of forums, Florence Rail Forum, Florence Air Forum, with the main stakeholders, the regulators, the European Commission, the regulated companies, and that gives rise to policy briefs, documents, observers, and also some publications. So what is our... somehow. Okay. What is our vision? I mean, how do we want to get to 2020? We want to contribute to the regulatory policies, to the debates about the regulatory policies, to the development of the regulatory policies by doing policy-relevant research, by involving all the relevant stakeholders, and of course, we want to be recognized as a center of excellence or the center of excellence in Europe, point of reference in matters of transport-related regulatory policy and practice. There are some books out there, Transport Regulation in Europe. I mean, we don't have as many publications to line up as energy has, but we're working in exactly the same direction. Now, let me finish with, no. Here. Okay, so this is about the cross, and there are some announcements I would like to make. I mean, this is about the cross-cutting issues that cover all the network industries. Actually, I'm a professor in Switzerland in the engineering school in matters of network industries. And so for me, it's natural to look at the cross-cutting issues. And so we organize, since 3 years now, we just successfully organized the last one, academic conference on the regulation of infrastructures here in Florence that covers energy, transport, telecommunications, postal services, water. And this gives rise to special issues of the journal Competition and Regulation in Network Industries. We also have a Network Industries quarterly newsletter in which we feature cross-cutting issues, like unbundling or things like that. Or then we feature, we'll have a new issue on transport. Last year we had an issue on energy, we had an issue on telecommunication, and this distributes to 6,000 people worldwide. So it is a good platform for the overall Florence School of Regulation. The special issue of utilities policy is already on the web. It hasn't come out physically yet, but it features articles from energy, from transport, from telecommunications, and so it shows a good view of the overall Florence School. And there are more special issues we can do as an editor of utilities policies. I'm in charge of special issues. We are preparing now for the incoming commission, FSR Manifesto, which sort of identifies the main challenges, what has been achieved by the previous commission, where are the challenges, and what are the things before the new commission in the areas of energy, transport, telecommunications, and that should be ready for the new commission to start, and it will be presented in Brussels, and it will also be streamed by webinars and things like that. And the scoop that Jean-Michel already took away from me, half of it this morning, is that we help setting up an African School of Regulation with the first conference that will take place in Yaoundé in November. And I'm also pleased to say that we helped set up a Eurasian School of Regulation in Ankara, and my friend Necmettin Bagdadioglu is here, with whom we do this, and we will do so also this fall in Ankara. So we go beyond Europe, but we build on the experience and everything that has been achieved so far in the Florence School of Regulation, and that's a way to look forward. So thank you.
To you, Mr. Thank you.
Yes.
So I also prepared a few slides on research at Florence School of Regulation. And I took the
research. Both. And the example is networks, and Jacques will say, not again networks. It already, in the previous years, it was always networks, networks, networks. But as Jorge said, and people and the other founders of the school, this place is a platform for European issues, issues that all concern us. And then it turns out that in networks, very recently, we have a special type of networks that interest all of us, and they are called projects of common interest. So we think they deserve special care, and I will illustrate a little bit what we do on that topic. So, as said by other speakers, Florence School is all about combining academic rigor and having impact. So you see some illustrations of publications we did in this area of projects of common interest. And you also see some of the pictures representing impact. In fact, first what we have to do at European level is to decide which are projects of common interest. And in the past, we had this type of European labels that were a result of governments deciding which projects to push at European level. And now, for the first time, thanks to a new regulation, and the godfather of that regulation is also in the room, Jean-Arnaud Vinois, we will have projects of common interest based on sound economic analysis, at least as soon as we will have a fully developed cost-benefit analysis method. And we have been working together with NSOE and Acer on pushing for such a development. Then we also continue to work on another topic which is important. Once we know which projects we want to push, we have to decide which country is going to pay which share of the investment cost. And also here we have been working with Acer. And the topic we worked on currently, and that we even discussed yesterday with some of you in the room, is how to provide adequate investment incentives to these projects. So, after having academic rigor and impact, we also like to do dissemination, and here you see a few examples of interviews on the topic or a webinar we did recently, and of course the policy briefs, because we know the decision makers in the room won't read our 40-page reports or 10-page reports, so we provide a 5-page summary which has highlights on 1 page. What we do also more and more is to translate our research into teaching. So, for instance, in the training we did with CER, there was some element of teaching based on our research. The same in our programs here. Just last week I was in the summer school presenting all our research about projects of common interest. And the new program we created together with the business school on management challenges, again, also covers this topic. Then, just to inform you about what we will do next, so we will finish together with all involved parties, the implementation of the energy infrastructure package. We have the adoption of the common CBA method that is coming. We will have decisions on cross-border cost allocation by NRAs and maybe also by Acer. For the first time, we will have grants to be allocated to these type of projects in the coming weeks. And we also might have EU guidelines on TSO incentives. So we will follow all of this and continue to contribute. And then we will also get ready for the possible next step, which is to actually do some empirical analysis to look at what is really happening to these projects and to decide whether or not we can have some suggestions for improvements to this first package.
One of these improvements could be that for now, this package is focusing on transmission, on storage, on pipelines, and as we have been discussing today, we also need more issues on smart grids and decentralized projects. So that could be one of the elements to look at. Thank you.
Brief and effective. So, Annika?
I want to refer to Walter, who mentioned in the previous session that if it's a good idea, it gets picked up. And I found this interesting, but it poses two problems. The first problem is that somebody has to have ideas, and secondly, the people have to know about the idea. So I do think that Jean-Michel and Leo, they have a lot of great ideas, and I do also think that the day of today showed that there cannot be enough independent, high-quality reasoning and evidence-based thinking. And this is exactly what we are doing with our research at Florence School of Regulation, so we need a lot of debate. But then we do have an idea. Why should it be discussed in a room of 20 people, of 20 regulators? I do think we need to throw down the walls of this beautiful UI building, and we should make these ideas and the knowledge accessible and to discuss it. So this is what we have in mind with the creation of the Florence Online School of Regulation. We want to go out, we want to make knowledge and ideas accessible, we want to make them easily accessible, we want to make them accessible from wherever you are. So if you're in Brussels or in Spain or in Germany or in Norway, that you can just join the debates and can contribute and can be involved. That's what we want to do. And if Sam would, rather than talking, I would like to show you 3 little films. The first one is showing what this online school should be doing.
To the Florence School of Regulation.
The Florence School of Regulation.
The Florence School.
Florence School of Regulation.
To the FSR. Florence School.
The Florence School of Regulation.
To the Florence School of Regulation.
To the Florence School of Regulation.
The Florence School of Regulation has, for the past 10 years, been bringing together regulators, professionals from the energy industry, the European institutions, and academics from Europe and around the globe. Today, we are launching our online school to make our extensive knowledge and experience of energy regulation and policy instantly accessible to a broader audience. In our online school, you can follow advanced and introductory courses, explore our interactive gallery where you can personalize your learning pathway, and join live debates on hot topics. We hope you can visit us online in the near future or join one of our many professional training events here in Florence.
And the second short film I would like to show you is the interactive gallery. If we are finishing early, which I don't think it will be the case, but perhaps you had the opportunity to go outside and see our interactive gallery, which we have set up this week for all of you to take quizzes and to see what we are doing and to enter a little bit, and you will see parts of this online gallery. So Sam, if you can start that video. doing together with Ignacio, which is that we, I was, last year I did approach Ignacio of saying, hi Ignacio, we would like to do more things online, and Ignacio was mainly jumping on me and saying, wow, really great, that's fantastic, let's develop something together. So we started since then, and it will be a course on the regulation of the power sector, and it will be launched on the 3rd of November. And Sam, if you can show the third video, which will explain you what this course will be about. Interactive gallery. I'm very, very pleased to welcome Anne Baguette from the German regulator, because what we do not want is to build courses which are done for us, but we want these courses to be useful to the energy community, and also with a special focus to the needs of regulators and people, other people from the world of practice. And we've invited Anne to create together with us a user group which will give us feedback, and Anna will be chairing this group. And Anna, perhaps if you want to say 2 words of what you're intending to do with us.
Yes, thank you, Annika. Yeah, well, first of all, let me say I'm very pleased to be joining with FSR to make sure that this new online school is really that we can all make the best of this online school. And so I will be chairing this new online user group together with my colleague Deirdre Bell from the Irish NRA. And I think, yeah, it has been said many times on this panel that the FSR does not intend to be an ivory tower of academics talking amongst themselves. But to make absolutely sure that this is not the case, yeah, well, the purpose of this online user group will really be to interact with the audience and to collect all comments and new ideas, maybe also some criticism, just both on the contents of the courses, maybe also on the format of the courses, and just to feed it back to the FSR to make sure that it is really relevant and really helps all of us in our day-to-day work. Yes, so I would also like to take this opportunity to already invite all of you to also participate in this user group, and to give your feedback to the FSR. So, like I said, so we can all make the most of the online school. Thank you.
Thanks.
Well, thank you to all of you for listening to all these commercials. I mean, you are friends of this place, and we want to share with you our project. So this is the reason we are doing all this. I think that we have a few minutes before the grand finale to listen to some of your suggestions about things that we could do, that we could improve. I mean, ideas about the next 10 years. So any comments that you may have that could help us to do better?
Riccardo Vailati, formerly trained by the Florence School of Regulation. A question about Europe and a question about networks, but not the networks of Leonardo. Networks of regulators. It's great that the school has more than 100 participants in the meeting today. It's a great success. But in the previous slot, I was looking at the list after a discussion on, after a point made on some activities, cost benefit, new for Hungary, a point by Peter. There are 28 member states in Europe. 13 member states are new. Out of these member states, we have one Hungarian participant registered, one from Latvia, one from Croatia. I do not count the participants from Slovenia. I do not have a suggestion, but a question. How to try to involve more other countries with the complexity of regulation, new countries, both in terms of regulation and in terms of training of regulators?
Well, I think that you are right, that probably with new countries we should do a special effort. I think, and Hugo could correct me, that we are sending our invitation for the participating in our training courses to all regulatory commissions, but we don't distinguish between OFGEM of the regulator in Slovenia, or something that happens is that because of word of mouth, people who have come, tell other people, and then we get more and more people from some, or more applications, because we limit to 2 people per country, except some exceptional cases. But maybe something that we should do is, and you are right, is to those who have not participated or only at very low level, to go visit them, discuss with them, or inviting them especially, so that we get a more harmonic or more well-distributed representation. I think that that's a good point that we could follow. Thank you.
Maybe, Ignacio? Maybe I can say something. I don't think that this is just a problem for the Florence School of Regulation. That doesn't excuse anything, but I'm a member of IRG Rail, which is the regulators group of the railway regulators in Europe, and it's exactly the same problem, that everybody is a member, but new member states have, do not delegate people there, and so I don't think it's just here. I think it's an overall problem that needs to be tackled at the European level, including here.
Any more suggestions? 5, 4, 3, 2. Okay, then let's put these slides. Well, I was appalled when I saw how the morning session ended with this beautiful poem, and I was thinking of what we could do in this afternoon session. So, well, I prepared some slides just in the middle time between both sessions, and I will share with you a secret that probably you have taken the course, and some people have heard me. This is something that I always say to the students that take the course. And this has to do with my second favorite place in the galaxy, which happens to be exactly there. And, this is the loggia in the Piazza della Signoria, of course. Well, I think it was the last Florence Forum that I attended as a commissioner, where maybe somebody in this room, I don't remember exactly who was, told me about this particular spot. So you climb the stairs, turn right, and you see that corner over there, that one. So if you visit that place, probably you will see me there watching. That picture was taken by Annika one day that I was there. And it's a magic place, right? from there, you see exactly this. You see the tower. You see the statue of Gian Bologna, of the kidnap of the Sabine, which is a beautiful sculpture. You see the other part of the loggia, and the beginning of the Galleria de Uffizi. You see the remaining part of La Piazza. But I am going to concentrate on this tower, right? This tower, for me, is something special. I mean, when I go sometimes jogging to the Piazza Michelangelo, and you see the entire city of Florence, and you see that tower in the middle, kind of facing El Duomo, like a challenge, saying, this is the civil power, and this is the religious one. Here we are. This is, maybe the height of the tower doesn't have to do with El Duomo. I think it had to do with some rivalry with Siena. Siena had a big tower, and Florence wanted to have one that was slightly higher than the one in Siena. But for me, that represents the independence of thinking of the Renaissance, right? This is the town of Galileo and Leonardo and Michelangelo, and these people were giants who, abandoned the myths of the obscure ages and were thinking independently. And I say to my students here in these courses of regulation that this is what regulation is about. Regulation is about thinking independently, looking for social welfare, not being biased by anything, and then trying to find out what is the right solution to the problems. Not heavy regulation, maybe not too light regulation, the right solution for this problem. And so with that, I think that this is something like our logo in the course, thinking independently, thinking fair, and I think with that image we could finish this day. Thank you very much.
We are a school, it means that we are 40, 45 people working. So I would like you to applaud Yanto, this one. Yanto is this splendid gallery movies maker. Pia. Pia is responsible for events as this one and for our links with companies. Hugo. Hugo is responsible for all the training, all the events, and all the workshop prepared with Alberto. Now we have Sam. Sam is a second member of this incredible team, and the third one is Matthew. Matthew cannot speak there. As I used to say, I have friends at the University of Cambridge, and they also have video lecture, etc. Each one costs them 25, 30K euro. But we have 90 pieces of this with these 3 young guys. Everything is done in-house. So online is also something about dedication, passion, initiative. Is exactly what we get. I would like you also to see Malgo. Malgo is responsible for the energy law area, which is a booming area that we have. Ricardo. Ricardo doesn't know yet, but he will know on Monday that I have a very big, important piece of work to discuss with him. So, Ricardo, you know that on Monday we'll discuss with you. Patricia. Patricia did do all the logistics, all the registration of the event, which is totally crazy, this small little girl. Chiara. Chiara did the postal cards, the Twitter, the social media, the editing of the documents, and the same. She did learn everything by herself. She's totally self-made and self-managed. And for our team, that's all. I've also researchers like Nico and Arthur there. And then we have Nadia, and we had David, but maybe David is gone. Ah, he's there. Nadia and David, transportation area. We are a lot, but I will finish with climate change. Climate change, they are attached as the Loyola de Palacio chair, but normally they should join the Florence School in September. You have Claudio and Stefano. And many others are working at Convento, and they're even not a part of the party today. That's it. That's the end of it. We will meet again in 2024. Or, 2024. Oh.